we have confirmation of a case of inhalation anthrax.
A brilliant scientist is recruited by the FBI to investigate a deadly biological attack on U.S. soil.
There was definitely a widespread assumption at the time that Al-Qaeda was responsible.
Then suddenly the scientist becomes the #1 suspect.
He had the knowledge and the means to do it.
Could previously classified information prove his innocence?
Most people that work with him do not believe that Bruce had anything to do with this.
Or did the truth die with Bruce Ivins? In the early hours of July 27, 2008, the wife of microbiologist Dr. Bruce Ivins wakes to find her husband is not in bed.
Ivins' wife finds him in the bathroom. He's unconscious, he's not responsive, but he's still breathing.
Dr. Ivins is no ordinary scientist. He's a military microbiologist, a world-renowned expert on deadly bacteria, specializing in anthrax.
Anthrax is a spore-forming bacteria. It can cause respiratory failure, systemic organ failure, and eventually death.
Ivins works at the U.S. Army Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Behind these fences, Dr. Ivins has been perfecting vaccines to protect America against bioweapons since 1980.
Dr. Ivins was a very well-renowned researcher, had been published, was highly regarded and esteemed within the microbiology community.
For 2 decades, Ivins learns all there is to know about anthrax and how to defend against it. Then, in 2001, America is hit by not 1, but 2 deadly strikes. First, September 11th, the most devastating terror attack in U.S. history. With the country reeling, every American wonders if and when the next attack will come.
People were terrified. They had no idea if a follow-on assault was going to come. They had no idea really how to prepare for one. It was an extremely scary thing.
Fear turns to reality 2 weeks later. Still in shock, America is attacked with anthrax.
It's just after the 9/11 attacks.
The anthrax attacks in 2001 were a clear and present danger to the United States.
We hadn't seen a large-scale biological weapons attack like that before.
22 civilians are infected. 5 die. Ivins is recruited by the FBI for his specialized knowledge of anthrax. He's a key figure in an army of 90 scientists enlisted by the Bureau to hunt down the killer. The investigation lasts 7 long years. Then, as the FBI prepares to arrest Dr. Bruce Ivins, he is discovered unconscious on his bathroom floor.
Within 2 days, Ivins is dead.
As Dr. Bruce Ivins is named by the FBI as the only suspect in the anthrax murders, America comes to grips with the frightening reality of what appears to be homegrown terrorism. But to this day, there is still doubt that Bruce Ivins really was the culprit. The story of the anthrax mailer and Dr. Ivins begins in Florida on October 2nd, 2001. Just 4 weeks after the 9/11 attacks, Dr. Larry Bush is the first to suspect that another very different attack has begun on U.S. soil.
I got called around 7:30 in the morning on October 2nd, 2001. They said, "We think we have a man here with meningitis."
The patient is 63-year-old photo editor Robert Stevens. He is critically ill with a mysterious infection.
I took the spinal fluid, the slide, and looked at it under the microscope and observed an overwhelming amount of bacteria, which were blue, rod-shaped bacilli. And I could only think of one bacilli that would make them this ill, this fast, is anthrax.
Worse still, he discovers it's inhalation anthrax, the deadliest type.
Inhalational anthrax has about a 90% mortality rate.
He went into multi-system organ failure and never recovered.
Authorities scramble to track the source of the anthrax, hoping it's local and containable. Then, on October 12th, just a month after the 9/11 terror attacks, there's another anthrax victim in New York, followed by others in D.C.
Today, we have confirmation of a case of inhalation anthrax.
Over the next month, new infections are reported almost daily. This is no natural epidemic. It's a deliberate assault on American citizens.
The anthrax attacks terrified the United States. They came right after the terrorist attack of September 11th and seemed to many people like it was a follow-on attack.
We were already at a point of heightened fear and paranoia, and then you throw in a biological weapon that we can't control.
Not only would terrorists fly planes into buildings, but they had mastered terrifying biological warfare capabilities.
So these anthrax attacks were very, very scary.
Anonymous letters laced with anthrax powder are being sent to media outlets and U.S. senators. The killer is dubbed the Anthrax Mailer. Identity unknown, but mission crystal clear.
All of the envelopes included a photocopied letter that basically said, this is anthrax, death to America, death to Israel, Allah is great.
Chillingly, the letters are dated September 11th.
There was definitely a widespread assumption at the time that al-Qaeda was responsible for the anthrax mailings.
We had to take that threat very seriously, that this was, in fact, the work of an international terrorist organization.
Throughout the fall of 2001, the disease strikes in Washington, D.C., New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. 4 more people die. The capital goes on lockdown. Then, at the end of November, the mailings stop as suddenly as they'd started. It appears that the anthrax killer has gone underground. And it's up to Special Agent in Charge, Richard Lambert, to find the attacker.
There are the 4 possibilities. 1, this was an act by international terrorists. 2nd, it was an act by domestic terrorists. 3rd, it was a state-sponsored attack. And the 4th possibility is that it was an individual lone wolf.
Lambert heads up the National FBI investigation.
Our first suspicion criteria is access. The investigation essentially focused on 2 prongs. The first prong of the investigation focused on identifying those people who had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to commit the crime.
The second prong, using America's wealth of scientific resources to trace the anthrax to its source. To that end, the FBI enlists the nation's top specialists. Among the first to be recruited is Dr. Bruce Ivins.
Bruce was asked to be involved very early on because of his vast experience working with anthrax.
Ivins' colleague at the Fort Detrick Biodefense Facility, antibiotic expert Henry Hine, is also recruited.
The concern at that time was that it might be resistant to our frontline antibiotics.
The FBI also turns to Dr. Paul Keim, an Arizona-based world expert on anthrax DNA.
The FBI called me up and said that they were shipping a sample of the anthrax to us. We were maybe the only place in the world that could handle live anthrax and do the DNA analysis as well.
What Dr. Keim discovers from analysis of that sample will send the investigation in a terrifying new direction and turn the spotlight on a new set of suspects, the American scientists the FBI has been relying on to crack the case. And chief among them, Bruce Ivins.
One of the questions was, did you do it?
Just weeks after the events of September 11th in 2001, with America still reeling, a second wave of attacks comes in the form of anthrax powder, sent out in the mail. Many suspect that the same terrorist group that organized the plane attacks is using a new and horrifying tactic.
This is the first time in the United States where we're seeing a biological pathogen used as a murder weapon to actually kill people.
On October 4th, 2001, 2 days after the first case is diagnosed, a sample of the deadly anthrax is sent to Dr. Paul Keim's lab in Flagstaff, Arizona.
You're working with something very dangerous, and so you know you have to focus.
If he can identify the exact strain, it could lead to the killer.
Once the culture came into the laboratory, it had to be processed in a fashion that the people in the laboratory were safe. And so we were working under biosafety level precautions. The box was then opened up in a containment hood. That containment hood protects the people, but also protects the sample from being contaminated.
With American lives on the line, Dr. Keim and his team worked through the night to unlock the bacteria's genetic secrets.
A small portion of that culture was taken out and DNA was then extracted from it. The DNA then was examined for DNA fingerprint patterns at different places in its genome. Sometime in the middle of the morning, we began to get the results off of the DNA sequencers.
Dr. Keim can't believe his eyes. Killer anthrax is the so-called AIM strain, which originates in the United States. That means it's homegrown, made in U.S. labs by American scientists.
The AIM strain is a laboratory strain that became a standard research tool around the United States. It was in 1981 that this strain was isolated from a cow that died of anthrax in Texas. It was sent to the U.S. Army facility in Fort Detrick, Maryland, and there it was established as a very important research tool.
This is the facility where Dr. Bruce Ivins works. He's part of the team who identifies it as one of the deadliest strains ever discovered. From that point on, the AIM strain becomes Ivins' research anthrax of choice.
If you're designing a vaccine to give our soldiers who are going to war, you want our vaccine to work against the hottest, deadliest, most virulent strain of anthrax out there.
For 20 years, the AIM strain is cultivated by Dr. Bruce Ivins and other microbiologists across the U.S. to advance the science of anthrax vaccines. Now that strain is being used to kill innocent people. Given the high security surrounding the strain, it no longer appears likely the attack could be the work of Islamic jihadists. Now all eyes turn to the scientists with access to the deadly bacteria.
The AIM strain that was used pinpointed someone in the scientific community, or someone with at least a considerable amount of scientific knowledge that had access to it.
I was definitely a suspect early on in the investigation. My laboratory had multiple examples of the AIM strain. They started asking us questions about our background. Did we hate the government? And as they did that, they began to get profiles on each of us.
All of us were polygraphed. One of the questions was a flat out, did you do it?
As someone with easy access to and intimate knowledge of the AIM strain, Dr. Bruce Ivins is also singled out for a polygraph.
It was the opinion of the polygrapher, as well as the chart reviewers at FBI headquarters, that Dr. Ivins had passed that polygraph exam.
But polygraphs are not foolproof, and Ivins and his colleagues remain under the FBI microscope. Some are given warnings that they're being watched.
I came home one night late, came out the next morning My vehicle was unlocked and everything was removed from my glove compartment and very neatly laid out on the seat like somebody was taking pictures of it. It was sort of like a message that we've been here.
Then, in the summer of 2002, the FBI investigation homes in on a former colleague of Ivins and Heim at the Fort Detrick Army Biodefense Center. A virologist who has written an unpublished novel about a fictional bioterror attack on Washington, Dr. Stephen Hatfill.
Dr. Hatfill was taking large doses of antibiotics at the time these attacks occurred.
Could Dr. Hatfill have taken the antibiotics to protect himself while filling letters with anthrax?
It was one of those suspicion criteria that we were looking at and evaluated, and certainly raised an eyebrow at the time.
Dr. Hatfill is publicly announced as a person of interest, but a search of his apartment uncovers nothing. And his doctor confirms that the antibiotics were prescribed for nothing more sinister than a sinus infection. The FBI has the wrong man.
I want to look my fellow Americans directly in the eye and declare to them, I am not the anthrax killer.
Hatfill demands a public apology from the FBI and sues them for $5.82 million. So this is a huge black eye for the FBI. It's basically publicly associated an innocent man with an unresolved terrorist attack.
I had absolutely nothing to do with this terrible crime.
The anthrax mailer is still at large. The FBI is back at square one. But a scientific breakthrough is about to turn the spotlight on Bruce Ivins. In 2002, the FBI is hunting the anthrax mailer. They suspect that the bioterrorist is not an Islamic jihadist like those behind 9/11, but an American scientist whose poisoned letters have taken 5 lives.
They're confirmed as anthrax deaths.
But the trail has gone cold.
We really had no smoking gun. There were no fingerprints on the letters, no human DNA.
In the absence of conventional clues, the FBI turns to science and the anthrax contained in the letters. It's identified as the AIM strain, but 16 separate U.S. laboratories use that strain for research.
The AIM strain was identical. We were not able to differentiate the AIM strain from my laboratory from one that came from a laboratory in Texas, for example.
To find which laboratories cultivated the powder in the letters requires knowing more than just the strain or subspecies of anthrax. It requires identifying the specific family or colony that spawned the sample, something that has never been done before. The breakthrough comes at the Army Biodefense Center at Fort Detrick.
A couple of scientists realized that the letter powder actually contained different morphologies, different colony, different looking types of anthrax.
They stumble upon the discovery while cultivating the killer anthrax in petri dishes.
There clearly was something different because they were different looking on a plate.
These 4 different growth patterns are a sign of 4 particular anomalies in the anthrax DNA. Scientists realize these anomalies, known as morphs, are as unique as a fingerprint.
The AIM strain is like a race of people, but within the race of people, you can tell the individuals apart by looking at morphological differences like height or eye color. Likewise, with anthrax, if you know what the morphology is, you can tell one type of the AIM strain from other types of the AIM strain.
To build a profile of that morphology, they must sequence the entire DNA genome of the anthrax sample.
We knew we needed to characterize it genetically. And the problem is that before this case occurred, the anthrax genome had never before been sequenced.
Dr. Paul Keim's original tests only went far enough to identify the sample's particular strain. Now, scientists will have to delve millions of times deeper, mapping every single strand of DNA. The challenge falls to genetic specialist Dr. Dave Rasko.
The process of genome sequencing is figuring out all the bases, the G's, A's, T's, and C's within the organism, their order and orientation, and putting it all back together. It's like putting together a puzzle of 5 million pieces, and it's all sky.
In a scientific first, that genetic jigsaw puzzle takes shape, and the code of the deadly anthrax is cracked.
Once we completed the decoding of the genome, we had a fingerprint, a DNA fingerprint of the actual anthrax that was used in the attacks.
Now begins a painstaking 6-year process, sifting through over 1,000 anthrax samples from labs around the world. It's like looking for a needle in a scientific haystack.
The FBI subpoenaed samples of the Ames strain from each of our labs. These were then extracted for their DNA and examined for the signatures of the morphs that were found in the letters.
At last, in late 2007, there's a match. The DNA leads not to just a single lab, but to a single flask. RMR 1029.
That one particular flask, RMR 1029, contained all of the morphs that they also observed in the anthrax letters themselves.
The FBI believes it's found the smoking gun. And the man who appears to have his hands on the flask in question has been right under its nose all along. Dr. Bruce Ivins.
Bruce Ivins had been the custodian of this flask since the late 1990s. It had been in his possession.
Dr. Ivins has been a lead scientist in the hunt for the anthrax mailer. Now, in a dramatic twist, the evidence points back at him.
He had the knowledge and the means to do it.
For Dr. Ivins' colleagues, the revelation is a shock. They know him as a mild-mannered family man and dedicated researcher.
He was a diligent and careful scientist.
He's married, 2 adopted children,
Had a nice sense of humor.
known to play keyboards in his church band, generally considered a fun-loving guy.
There was a running joke about the top 10 suspects, and sitting around over beers, we would begin to say, okay, well, you know, you're number 1, you're number 3, you're number 5. Bruce, in fact, would put himself high on the list. We all considered it a joke. It was just sort of a thing to kind of deal with the tension.
Could this career Army scientist, whose job it is to protect Americans from biological weapons, really be the anthrax mailer? The FBI is building its case. Over 6 years after the anthrax attacks, the FBI has a new prime suspect. And it's one of the very scientists assigned to investigate the crime. Dr. Bruce Ivins. The key piece of evidence, a DNA trail that leads from the killer anthrax powder to a laboratory flask in his possession.
The RMR 1029 strain of anthrax contained in that specific flask was the murder weapon. And once that was determined, it was looked at who had access to this flask. Bruce Ivins was the main senior custodian of that flask and that strain of anthrax.
But scientists who work closely with Dr. Ivins say that doesn't prove his guilt.
Many different people had access to the RMR 1029 flask. Many different cultures had been taken out of that and even distributed. My laboratory had material that came out of the RMR 1029 flask.
There were approximately 20 laboratories that received some material from that flask. After that, then those 20 labs, in turn, could have given it to anybody.
But the FBI's case doesn't rest on the flask alone. It points out that Ivins was one of just a handful of microbiologists with the expertise to cultivate the powdered anthrax that was used in the deadly letters.
Someone would have to grow up a batch of the Ames strain. They would have to harvest those cells, clean them up a little bit by washing them, and then you'd want to dry those spores, turn them into a powder that then could be put in the letters.
It's a process that takes long hours in the lab. The FBI reviews Ivins' timesheets from the period of the mailings in 2001. And what they find appears to confirm their suspicions.
He was alone for long periods of time in his laboratory on the days preceding the mailings.
And he never was able to explain that anomaly in his work schedule.
While FBI evidence mounts, Ivins' colleagues remain unconvinced.
The thing about science is that experiments don't end at 5 o'clock. It's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job.
It's circumstantial evidence, so the FBI checks out whether Ivins could have sent the anthrax letters from the mailbox they've traced them back to, located in Princeton, New Jersey.
If you didn't have an alibi for the period of time when those letters were mailed and you could drive to where that mailbox was, you were a prime suspect.
Ivins lives a 3.5-hour drive from the Princeton mailbox. The FBI confirms he could have driven through the night, mailed the letters, and returned in time for work the next day. While his colleagues can't argue with the timetable, they do question Ivins' motive. The FBI claims it was professional self-preservation to stop proposed cuts to his research.
If Bruce Ivins' lab was being defunded, the perfect thing for justifying an increase in funding would be an anthrax mailing.
An anthrax bioterror attack would reignite funding for vaccine research long into the future. But some Fort Detrick insiders say there had been no threats of budget cuts at the time of the mailings.
The interesting fact about that was, in 2001, Bruce's program was fully funded and looked to be stable for years to come.
Even if that's true, Ivins had a patent for an anthrax vaccine. Could this have been a twisted bid to boost royalty checks? Again, colleagues are skeptical.
He was entitled to a fraction of a percent. He had to share that with a number of other people. So I don't believe that that was any kind of motivation or motive.
I have a bunch of patents and I make almost no money off of them. It's hard for me to imagine that Bruce would have done it for money.
The flask, the timesheets, the motive, all put forth by the FBI as evidence, all disputed by Ivins' colleagues. But the Bureau knows something they don't. Dr. Bruce Ivins has a dark side. Unbeknownst to the public, in 2008, Dr. Bruce Ivins becomes the FBI's main suspect in the anthrax mailings 7 years earlier. But many who work with Ivins think the FBI are focusing on the wrong man.
Most people that work with him do not believe that Bruce had anything to do with this.
Yet according to evidence uncovered by the FBI, there was a hidden side to Bruce Ivins. Beginning with a strange fixation he had with a college sorority.
The FBI learns that Bruce Ivins, as a younger man, he had an obsession with a Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority sister.
And in fact, on 2 occasions, he burglarized sorority houses and took ritualistic materials.
This, in their mind, seems to indicate some obsessive tendencies in Ivins' character.
A possibility backed up by a therapist consulted by Ivins during the anthrax mailings investigation.
He tells group therapists that he's considering violent reactions to the FBI. He starts talking about potentially killing coworkers.
Tipped off about the threats, on July 12, 2008, federal agents raid Ivins' home. What they find is alarming.
In Ivins' house, the FBI found some material that they thought indicated that Ivins might be unstable and dangerous.
The material includes body armor and 253 rounds of ammunition.
He might potentially retaliate against what he increasingly sees as a government witch hunt of him.
It's a side of a man that his colleagues simply don't recognize.
I didn't see the dark side of Bruce. The fact that he had had these psychological problems was not obvious to me. He seemed like a maybe slightly esoteric but normal individual.
It's suggested that his strange personality traits could have been exaggerated by the FBI and exacerbated by the pressure of their investigation.
Material the FBI released was basically very cherry-picked. All these things painted a different picture of who and what Bruce really was.
They believe that following the identification of Flask RMR 1029 as the murder weapon, the pressure on Ivins grew intolerable, placing him on a fatal downward spiral.
The FBI came in and removed him from the building in handcuffs. He was a broken person at that point.
Sometimes when the FBI has a suspect in mind, they do things that might pressure that suspect into possibly making a mistake and revealing even more of his guilt.
Under round-the-clock FBI surveillance, Ivins begins drinking heavily. In July 2008, he's committed to a Baltimore psychiatric hospital.
His wife picks him up on July 24th, 2008. Ivins goes to a pharmacy nearby and he buys antipsychotics, he buys antidepressants, and he buys a massive amount of over-the-counter acetaminophen. Ivins writes a note to his wife. It says that he's got a headache, but most importantly, he wants to sleep undisturbed by her. And the note even specifically says, "Please let me sleep."
On the night of July 26th, Ivins takes excessive amounts of acetaminophen, a pain reliever that in extremely high doses can cause organ failure. At 1 a.m., his wife finds him comatose on the bathroom floor.
Ivins is taken to Frederick Memorial Hospital. His liver is under attack, his kidneys are severely damaged. A nurse asks him at the hospital if Ivins overdosed intentionally. He nods in an indication that he was trying to kill himself.
2 days later, Ivins passes away. His wife and children are at his bedside. Reports say he took his own life, and colleagues are shocked and confused.
At that point, we didn't know what the cause of death was or anything about what had really happened.
At Ivins' memorial service, the church is packed. He's remembered both as a brilliant scientist and as a fun-loving, even playful individual.
Bruce Ivins is known as kind of a cut-up. He's very social and friendly with his colleagues, a kind of nerdy researcher.
But a week after Ivins dies, the Justice Department names him as the bioterrorist behind the 2001 attacks.
Based upon the totality of the evidence we had gathered against him, we are confident that Dr. Ivins was the only person responsible for these attacks.
After Ivins died, the case was shut and hasn't been pursued by the FBI since then.
While there's little doubt Ivins killed himself, without a suicide note, there's no agreement on why. If he was the Anthrax killer, as the FBI believes to this day, then his reason is clear.
One could come to the conclusion that Ivins killed himself rather than face trial, be found guilty, and go to jail or be put to death.
But many still doubt his guilt. They believe it's possible he chose death rather than face the humiliating revelations of his obsession with a sorority.
It put tremendous stress and pressure on his marital relationship and his relationship with his children. It also called into question his professional reputation as one of the most preeminent microbiologists in America.
Add to that the mental pressure of becoming the FBI's #1 suspect.
Somebody who was already in a mentally disturbed state, it may have just pushed them over the edge.
I do think in some respects the pressure he was feeling from the investigation led him to take such drastic action.
After Ivins' death, a final mystery. Faint blue writing is found on his left leg.
There's some speculation that he was trying to write out some message.
Its meaning has never been deciphered.
Was it a confession? Was it a denial? Was he trying to say that he was the anthrax killer? Was he trying to say that he was definitely not the anthrax killer? It's just something that, unfortunately, we're just never going to have an answer for.
The case against Bruce Ivins has never been proven in a court of law. Close friends and colleagues continue to proclaim his innocence, leaving one critical, unanswered question.
If it wasn't Dr. Bruce Ivins, who was it?
After his death in 2008, the Justice Department names Bruce Ivins as the anthrax mailer in a dramatic press conference.
We are confident that Dr. Ivins was the only person responsible for these attacks.
But with no confession, no autopsy, and no trial, there's room for doubt.
I don't know who the anthrax mailer was, but the FBI didn't present the kind of evidence that would inspire a lot of confidence that Bruce Ivins was the anthrax killer.
Richard Lambert, special agent in charge of the FBI investigation, left the Bureau 2 years before Ivins was named as the anthrax mailer. He's not sure the FBI got the right man.
What the government has produced is all of the evidence indicative of Bruce Ivins' guilt. What has not been produced and what would have been required to be produced in a trial is all of the evidence that points in a different direction or that suggests that Bruce Ivins was not the anthrax mailer.
If it wasn't Dr. Bruce Ivins, who was it?
There may be a clue in Kandahar, Afghanistan. One that could point back to the initial suspects, Al-Qaeda.
U.S. forces in 2001, when they raid Al-Qaeda facilities in Afghanistan, come up with this extensive documentary evidence that Al-Qaeda is very actively pursuing anthrax.
Secret letters are discovered that reveal the efforts of a Pakistani microbiologist to obtain anthrax for Al-Qaeda. A letter from 1999, heavily redacted by authorities, explains he's been unable to acquire anthrax. But in a later document, he announces, "I successfully achieved the targets."
It became clear that prior to 9/11, Al-Qaeda did have a biological weapons program in place. They had acquired a laboratory, they had acquired laboratory equipment, and they were well on their way to attempting to acquire anthrax.
Scientific investigations had proven that the anthrax powder contained in the letters came from an American laboratory. Could Al-Qaeda have gotten the AIM strain from a U.S. lab? Henry Hine says it's possible.
Transfer of bacterial strains was pretty free and loose prior to 2001. You could transport things in your pocket, and that was perfectly acceptable. As long as you had paperwork declaring what it was, you could walk it to your car and drive down the road with it.
In the wake of 9/11, reports emerged that one of the hijackers may have been suffering an anthrax-related lesion. And even more alarming, testimony that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta had tried to rent a crop duster before the September 11th attacks.
He said he was an engineer and he wanted to build a chemical tank that would fit inside the aircraft and take up every available square inch of the aircraft except for where the pilot would be sitting.
Could he have been looking for a way to spray anthrax on the public?
It's a pretty safe assumption that an organization willing to fly planes into buildings would not hesitate to launch a biological attack.
Was it Al-Qaeda, Bruce Ivins, or an unknown lone wolf?
I think in the end, this case revolves around two factors. Number one, Bruce Ivins' erratic behavior both before and during the investigation, and the simple fact of who had access to the instrumentality of death in this case. When all is said and done, Bruce Ivins was the only one who could have done it.
But Agent Lambert is not convinced.
Ultimately, it's very dissatisfying because it is a circumstantial case. And what I know to be true is that there are significant material omissions about other facets of this investigation and what they yielded that would cause a reasonably objective person to question the strength of Bruce Ivins' guilt. Personally, I don't know if Bruce Ivins is the anthrax mailer. I do not believe there is enough evidence with proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The official conclusion of the FBI is that the anthrax case that started with the murder of 5 innocent people ended with the suicide of Bruce Ivins. But the lack of proof leaves a chilling possibility. The attacker could still be lying in wait, ready to strike again.
If Bruce Ivins wasn't the anthrax mailer, that means the true culprit is still at large, and that's a very scary thought.
A bioweapons scientist found mortally wounded on a Manhattan sidewalk. His death remains steeped in mystery.
The story they gave was that he committed suicide. But is that really what happened?
Behind him, a covert career with deadly secrets.
Their interrogations were extremely brutal.
The knowledge he holds is explosive.
You have the whole weight of the CIA trying to keep it a secret.
Did the grim nature of his research push him over the edge? Or did he die because he knew too much?
Would they have killed an American citizen who was a scientist if they thought he was a security risk? There are people who say definitely.
In the early hours of November 28, 1953, while Manhattan sleeps, a scientist lies dying.
He was lying on his back on the sidewalk. He was bleeding from his ears, from his eyes, and from his nose and mouth. The night manager of the hotel ran out front.
He looked like he wanted to tell him something.
But he couldn't mouth any words.
Biochemist Dr. Frank Olson has fallen 10 floors from his room in the Hotel Statler.
The mystery was, did he commit suicide? Was he murdered? Was it an accident?
Authorities declare it an open and shut case.
The story they gave was that he committed suicide. But is that really what happened?
There are many things that we still don't know about.
His family believe the answer is no.
My husband's death was not a deliberate or a willful act. The true nature of his death was concealed from us.
For decades, family members have suspected Olson was silenced to stop him blowing the whistle on a top-secret U.S. bioweapons program. Now, investigators are taking a fresh look at the Olson mystery. Seasoned investigative journalist Hank Albarelli has studied thousands of previously secret documents relating to the case.
This is an extremely important document. It's on White House stationery.
He does not believe Frank Olson took his own life.
There's no evidence whatsoever that he ever talked about suicide, that he ever considered suicide.
Former New York City prosecutor Steve Sirocco worked 200 homicide cases in a 25-year career. He believes Olson's death is mired in a conspiracy that could go right to the top.
We're talking about the highest levels of the federal government that may be involved in killing one of their own scientists.
The possible conspiracy begins in 1950 at a top-secret U.S. Army laboratory, where Dr. Frank Olson is engaged in bacterial research.
Prior to his death, Dr. Olson was working at Fort Detrick.
That was a biochemical headquarters for the U.S. Army.
Dr. Olson's work is highly classified, but intelligence files have now been uncovered that reveal Olson was deeply involved in one of the U.S. military's darkest projects, the creation of powerful biological weapons, germ warfare.
His work was primarily with what Camp Detrick called the Special Operations Division, and that's the most secret division at Camp Detrick.
Today, chemical and biological weapons are banned. But for 3 decades in the middle of the 20th century, the U.S. Army pours millions of dollars into their development.
The United States Biological Weapons Program, a lot of the material is still classified, but it involved understanding which biological agents would be the most lethal, which would be the most effective, how to weaponize them.
One fighter aircraft dispensing 2 wing tanks of a liquid BW agent would cause infection in more than 50% of the populace.
America's germ warfare program had been kickstarted with Nazi research. After World War II, America enlists the services of notorious Third Reich scientist Dr. Kurt Blome.
The Nazis were much further ahead than the United States in the terms of development of biological and chemical weapons.
Blome's death sentence for war crimes is commuted in exchange for his recipes on the weaponization of lethal germs, such as plague and anthrax.
And all those documents were brought back to the States and absorbed by people at Detrick.
People, including Dr. Frank Olson. His particular area of research, the optimization of germ dispersal for biowarfare.
To weaponize it, that might involve making the spore more hardy so it survives in the environment longer, making the spore stay in the air or suspend in the air longer.
In this experiment, Army volunteers are exposed to an undisclosed aerosol germ.
It was possible to expose a person in each cubicle to a measured volume of biological aerosol from the sphere.
What happens next isn't revealed. But the narration claims there are no permanent effects.
Within a short time, they were up and around, completely recovered.
Without the knowledge of the public, testing is also carried out in urban areas. This U.S. Navy document reveals a secret 1950 open-air test in the heart of San Francisco Bay.
Certainly nobody in the civilian population knew that it had been undertaken.
2 strains of bacteria are secretly released into the wind from a naval destroyer.
When someone showed up in a hospital with an extremely rare case of exposure to a biological substance, doctors were perplexed.
The week after the experiment, 11 people are hospitalized with an infection never seen before. 1 dies. What might explain the outbreak remains unknown for 25 years, until documents like this come to light. It reveals the intimate involvement of scientist Frank Olson.
That was an experiment that Olson and Olson's colleagues were on site for.
Albarelli has spent 10 years investigating the work of Frank Olson, looking for clues that might explain his sudden death. Along the way, he's uncovered documents that link Olson to an even darker program. This time not for the Army, but for the CIA. Its codename, Project Artichoke.
It was extremely secret, above top secret.
Project Artichoke takes place in Germany in 1951. Its aim, the development of extreme interrogation techniques. Its subjects, German prisoners of war and Russian spies.
Their interrogations were extremely brutal.
CIA operatives use intimidation, isolation, even drugs. It's believed some interrogations ended in death.
Artichoke was an extremely serious project with terminal interrogations.
Olson was not an interrogator, but he was there. His role was to observe and record the effects of drugs on the subjects.
Frank was, in effect, collecting all information possible to go back and refine the use of the drugs.
Olson was deeply traumatized by what he saw.
There's one school of thought when he was in Germany that he had seen things that disturbed him. He thought that the experimentations that were being done with prisoners was unethical.
But is this disturbing experience enough to drive him to suicide? The search for answers takes Sirocco to where the mystery began. Room 1018A.
Being here now just raises the question as how he could have done it.
Former New York City cold case prosecutor Steve Sirocco worked the Frank Olson case for 2 years. He's considered the theory that Project Artichoke so disturbed Frank Olson, he was driven to suicide. Today, Sirocco's at the Hotel Statler, now the Pennsylvania, to see if the suicide theory stacks up. He heads for the room that Olson stayed in the night he died.
It's very eerie. This is the first time I've actually been in the room.
It's reported that Olson killed himself by plunging through this closed window to the sidewalk 10 floors below.
Being here now, looking at it live, just raises the question as how he could have done it.
Although some features of the room have been altered, the dimensions of the window and the position of the radiator are the same as they were in 1953. It's bizarre. Why would anyone commit suicide by diving through glass? Surely they'd open the window and jump out.
I mean, it's about 10 feet tall, maybe, about 6 feet wide. The radiator's here. He's going to have to, yeah, that's quite a move to make that sort of Superman move to go through the window.
Sirocco can't help but wonder, could something else explain Olson's death? Could persons unknown in positions of authority have wanted him out of the picture?
There was motives to kill him. He knew the deepest, darkest secrets of the Cold War. Would they have killed an American citizen who's a scientist, who's working for the CIA and the Army, if they thought he was a security risk? There are people who say definitely.
If it was suicide, Sirocco wants to understand how it would have played out.
We would have to assume that he would have to get enough distance to generate enough velocity to propel himself through the window. So he's got it on his mind that he's going out that window. He's not going to open it, puts his back to the door, thinks his last thoughts, and takes the run for the window.
Olson had just 20 feet in which to accelerate towards the window. By some estimates, he would have needed to reach a speed of 30 miles per hour, faster than an Olympic sprinter. Then, vault 31 inches up over the radiator to the sill, duck to miss the horizontal window divider 70 inches off the floor, and crash through the window. A scenario that leaves Sirocco in doubt.
Dr. Olson was a big fellow. He was around 6'2", I believe, about 200 pounds. He was not a gymnast. This would require some sort of gymnastic ability to make this run and propel yourself over the radiator through the window. It just seems that it would require a degree of athletic ability that he just didn't possess. If this would have been a suicide, it would have been very difficult to accomplish.
Yet, the suicide story is backed by an eyewitness. When police rushed to room 1018A after Olson's fatal leap, they discovered that he wasn't alone.
The man identified himself as Robert Vern Lashbrook.
Lashbrook is a CIA scientist. He says he and Olson had been sharing the room.
And the police officer asked Lashbrook, well, what happened? Why did he go out the window? And Lashbrook said, I was sleeping, the lights were off in the room, and I woke up to the sound of breaking glass, turned on the light, and looked out the window and saw Olson lying on the sidewalk. The two police officers found Lashbrook's behavior highly suspicious. They immediately asked Lashbrook, well, if that's your friend on the sidewalk, why didn't you go down to check on him? And Lashbrook's response was, well, I assumed the police had been called, so I thought I'd just wait here. And that's, not a normal reply from somebody whose friend had just gone through a 10-story window.
Even more suspicious is a strange phone call overheard by the hotel operator.
One phone call had been made from the room at about the time that Olson had gone through the window.
Dr. Lashbrook saying to whoever's on the other end, well, he's gone, and the other end saying, well, that's too bad, I'm sorry.
The sudden death of Frank Olson comes as a shock to his wife and 3 children.
In 1953, the family was told that for whatever reason he became psychologically unstable, that they tried to help him by bringing him to New York. They were unable to help him, and he ultimately became suicidal and did in fact commit suicide.
Alice Olson knew her husband had been troubled by something about his work that he wouldn't discuss. But she's blindsided by the news he's killed himself.
Alice had no reason to suspect suicide. She was shocked. She knew he was upset, but she didn't think he was suicidal. And so she never really believed that Frank had committed suicide.
Despite the suspicious nature of the death, only a superficial autopsy is performed. The family is persuaded not to view Olson's corpse because the face is so badly disfigured by lacerations from the broken window.
After Frank died and was buried in Frederick, Maryland, the case basically dissipated. It just vanished. Nobody talked about it. Nobody raised any suspicions. Nobody at that point in time suspected foul play. And of course, at that point in time, nobody was really aware of the work that Frank Olson was doing.
But now, Albarelli does know, and it backs up some of the family's long-held suspicions. He thinks Olson's experimental work with one particular drug could be connected to his death.
A few days after Thanksgiving in 1953, Frank Olson, a scientist who worked for the CIA and for the military, fell to his death from a window of a hotel room in Manhattan in New York City.
Olson's death is reported as a suicide. But 2 decades later, a government inquiry into CIA activities leads to the release of previously secret documents. They link the CIA and Olson to a covert program of experiments in which patients were dosed with the drug lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD.
The last 3 years of Frank's life under contract with the CIA involved what Fort Detrick called psychoactive chemicals. And of course, at the top of the list with that was LSD.
LSD is a compound synthesized from a fungus called ergot, which grows naturally on grains such as rye. Its psychoactive properties are first discovered in 1943 by Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann.
He found that when working with this drug, he started experiencing some strange psychological symptoms. He described this strange dreamlike state, and he thought, this is curious.
LSD creates hallucinations because of its effect on the brain chemical serotonin.
This chemical modulates a range of different important functions, including the quality of our cognition or thinking, and also our emotion and our mood. It kind of hijacks the serotonin system. The whole of the brain becomes much more interconnected.
But that increased interconnection makes focusing on specific tasks difficult. In the early 1950s, the US Army becomes interested in LSD as a potential enemy disruptor. So they begin testing it on their own troops.
To observe the effects of the psychochemical on humans,
this previously classified footage shows one of those covert tests in action.
Prior to the test, the men behaved in a well-disciplined manner.
Before being dosed, the platoon's movements are well-drilled and precise.
During a break, each of the volunteers received a minute dose of the psychochemical in coffee.
After taking LSD, the parade descends into chaos.
They cannot control the impulse to laugh, and they no longer behave like well-disciplined troops.
The initial interest in LSD was by the science director. He saw LSD as a weapon that wouldn't result in fatalities or deaths and could be used in spray form and just debilitate the opposing forces.
They have become confused, irrational, and uncontrollable.
The CIA see another potential use for LSD as an interrogation tool.
They had a high interest in developing a truth serum as a means of interrogating Nazi and Japanese POWs.
Under the influence of LSD, someone who's being interrogated may be more inclined to let slip information that would be valuable to the interrogator.
In 1953, that research spins off into a notorious CIA project called MK Ultra. Its aim, mind control. Its subjects, unwitting American civilians, hospital patients, and prisoners.
MK Ultra is hugely ethically questionable what was going on, because often the drugs are given without any prior warning at all.
MK Ultra is run by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. His key collaborator is Robert Lashbrook, the CIA scientist in Olson's room on the night he died. Based on this information, Albarelli begins to suspect a connection between the LSD experiments and Olson's death. He discovers a deadly incident linked to Olson 3,500 miles away in a tiny French town where hundreds of people suffer wild hallucinations.
There was a mass hysteria.
Between 35 and 50 people were carted off to nearby insane asylums. 5 to 6 people died that day.
In the early 1950s, Frank Olson travels to Europe on top-secret scientific missions for the U.S. Army and CIA. In November 1953, he's found dead on the sidewalk outside a Manhattan hotel. Investigative reporter Hank Albarelli believes Olson's work in Europe and his death may be connected. The link, an outbreak of mass mania in a remote French village called Pont-Saint-Esprit.
At Pont-Saint-Esprit, there was a number of instances of very outlandish behavior.
There was a mass hysteria, people behaving in a psychotic way.
On the morning of August 15th, without explanation, suddenly, hundreds of villagers go violently insane.
A little boy attacked and tried to murder his mother. Another man thought his stomach was full of snakes and was tearing at his flesh. Between 35 and 50 people were carted off to nearby insane asylums in Marseille. 5 to 6 people died that day, most likely by killing themselves.
At the time, the only explanation, contaminated bread.
There's a theory that perhaps this was related to a mass ergot poisoning.
Ergot is a fungus that infects rye. If consumed, it causes chemical changes in the brain that can induce mania. But in this classified U.S. intelligence document, a source claims that tests of the bread revealed no ergot. Instead, the source says the contaminant was a chemical compound. Although almost illegible, the type is believed to refer to D-lysergic diethylamide or diethylysergamide, both chemical terms for LSD. The explosive allegation, Pont-Saint-Esprit, was a secret LSD experiment undertaken by the U.S. Army and/or CIA.
Throughout the 1950s, the CIA were interested in the mass exposure of chemical and biological agents to communities to see how it could affect them.
A secret 1954 memorandum released by the Freedom of Information Act in 2004 shows mass LSD dosings were on the CIA's radar. Albarelli believes they tested the concept 3 years earlier at Pont-Saint-Esprit.
I've spoken to a number of experts that liquid LSD was just basically poured onto the bread. The intent of the experiment was to firsthand measure what would happen if an entire small village or city was targeted with ingestion of LSD. The U.S. government has never admitted any involvement whatsoever.
Frank Olson's passport shows he made multiple trips to France in the early 1950s. And Albarelli can specifically link him to the Pont Saint-Esprit incident.
This is an extremely important document. It's on White House stationery, and it lists virtually everybody that was involved in the Pont Saint-Esprit case.
2 documents on White House stationery suggest Olson had intimate knowledge of a potentially devastating secret.
The U.S. government wouldn't want knowledge of their participation in Pont Saint-Esprit primarily because of diplomatic reasons, and it would also open the government up to lawsuits on behalf of survivors in Pont Saint-Esprit.
Could the deadly secret of Pont Saint-Esprit somehow be linked to Olson's death? For 40 years, some Olson family members suspect they haven't been told the whole truth. Then, in 1994, they win a major legal victory. The right to exhume Dr. Olson's body from the grave. Will an autopsy finally reveal the truth? When Army scientist Frank Olson falls 10 stories to his death on November 28, 1953, he's not alone. Sharing his Manhattan hotel room is CIA scientist Robert Lashbrook. He tells police Olson crashed through the closed window. But others believe there's more to the story.
The story is that Frank was murdered, and murdered by the CIA to conceal a very deadly secret that they had been keeping all these years.
There are many things that we still don't know about the events surrounding my father's death, many because...
For 40 years, Olson's family refused to believe he committed suicide. They believe he was troubled by the scientific work he was being ordered to do for the Army and CIA, and was about to go public.
But I was convinced that my husband's death was not a deliberate or a willful act.
They lobby for the release of all papers related to his death. But suspicion remains of a cover-up amongst the highest levels of government.
You have the whole weight of the U.S. government and the secret government agency and the CIA trying to keep it a secret.
By 1994, there's just one last hope. The Olson family applies to the state of Maryland to exhume Dr. Olson's body and wins.
The body comes out of the grave in 1994.
Frank Olson was embalmed prior to burial, which delays decomposition. Immediately, examiners notice something that doesn't stack up.
The Olson family had been told in 1953 that the body was so lacerated it wasn't appropriate for viewing, and that just wasn't true.
Authorities had said that Olson's face was grotesquely disfigured by wounds caused by his headlong dive through the glass. The 1994 autopsy shows otherwise.
Frank Olson had no scratches on his face that he would have had he crashed through a window.
Forensic examiner Catherine Maloney has reviewed the Olson autopsy. She finds the lack of lacerations unusual at best.
I would expect that a dive through a plate glass window would produce numerous sharp force injuries on a person's body.
The fact that there were no lacerations or injuries consistent with smashing through a window like that kind of indicates to me that maybe that window wasn't smashed by him, and maybe the window was broken beforehand.
Could someone have smashed the window, then thrown Olson's body out? the autopsy suggests that's a possibility.
Frank Olson sustained a subgaleal hematoma right here above the left eye. A hematoma is basically a fancy name for a bruise. One of the theories is that Frank Olson committed suicide, and in the process of committing suicide, jumped through a closed plate glass window, striking his head here as he jumped through the window. While possible, it seems more likely to me that he would end up with a more severe injury in this area, such as a skull fracture or perhaps a laceration or a break in the skin.
A more plausible explanation for the hematoma: a blow to the head with a blunt instrument.
A hematoma would be a fairly common injury for someone struck with an object.
Members of the 1994 forensic team believe Olson's hematoma pointed to possible foul play.
They concluded that there was a hematoma which was not consistent with the fall, but rather consistent with being struck by a blunt instrument and at that point thrown from the window.
Suddenly, forensic science suggests not suicide, but murder of a man who knows America's darkest secrets. Germ tests in San Francisco Bay, brutal interrogations in Germany, an alleged deadly LSD experiment in France. If Olson had threatened to expose those secrets, what steps might the CIA take to silence him?
It's quite possible that he could be subject to a murder so that he would not be able to pass that information on.
Those who believe the murder theory say the groundwork to silence Olson starts a week before he dies, when the scientist suddenly becomes part of the experiment.
That's a document that clearly establishes that Frank Olson was dosed with LSD.
In 1953, Frank Olson is deeply conflicted about secret scientific experiments he's been conducting for the Army and CIA, codenamed Project Artichoke.
Olson was really making an effort to break away. Olson was very vocal to a number of his friends and neighbors that he wanted to get away.
For those in charge of the covert bioweapons projects, Olson is becoming a major threat. On November 18th, he's summoned to a retreat at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland by Sidney Gottlieb, head of MKUltra, and CIA scientist Robert Lashbrook.
There was an effort made on the part of Gottlieb and Lashbrook to really get at the root of what was going on with Frank Olson. Why was he talking so often out of school?
At first, the meeting is friendly. But has Olson walked into a trap?
Dr. Olson knew that he was not feeling himself and was feeling rather bizarre.
That's a document that leaves one with no doubt that Olson was given LSD at Deep Creek Lake.
The scientist gets a taste of his own medicine. As the LSD takes effect, the interrogation begins. But it's believed Olson may have hit back with an ultimatum.
If Fort Detrick didn't agree to let him resign, he was going to start talking about some very sensitive things. One of those things being Ponce and Esprit.
It's a dangerous card to play. Suddenly, the game's changed.
It was obvious something quite serious had to be done to keep him silent.
Now, the stakes are potentially lethal.
I think Ponce and Esprit was more than a big enough secret to kill someone over.
Soon after the rendezvous at Deep Creek Lake, Lashbrook escorts Olson to a Manhattan psychiatrist who recommends he be committed to the psychiatric hospital, Chestnut Lodge. For the CIA, it could be a perfect and permanent solution.
It's my opinion that had Olson gone into Chestnut Lodge, that he would have never come out.
The evening prior to admission, Olson is staying at the Hotel Statler. Lashbrook joins him in room 1018A to keep watch through the night. But Frank Olson won't live to see daylight. So what happened in the lead up to Olson's death at 2:30 a.m.? Did Lashbrook change the plan and decide to silence Olson himself? Steve Sirocco has his doubts.
If you got a 6-foot guy who's fighting for his life, I think you'd have to dismiss Lashbrook as being the assassin. He was a scientist. He wasn't in the muscle end of the business. Lashbrook would have had to let somebody in, maybe 2 people in, who were in that end of the business.
According to Albarelli's research and interviews with anonymous CIA sources, that's exactly how it went down.
I spent a number of years investigating what really happened in that room in 1018A that night, and was able to come to the conclusion that Frank had been thrown from the window by 2 very unsavory characters who happened to be in the employ for the CIA at that time. These 2 names, it's Pierre Lafitte, Francois Spirito.
Francois Spirito and Pierre Lafitte are criminal underworld figures who had become CIA assets.
And they were in the room with Frank Olson in November 1953.
After a decade of investigation, Albarelli believes he finally knows what happened that night. Spirito and Lafitte enter Olson's room with orders to escort him to Chestnut Lodge as planned. But the mission goes wrong. Olson resists. There's a struggle. And Dr. Frank Olson is pitched out of the window.
The evidence that it was Lafitte and Spirito that ushered Olson out the window is pretty overwhelming. It came from extremely good CIA sources. What I was told was that there was a level of frustration that was reached in terms of Olson resisting, and it was just like a what the hell moment thrown through the window.
Decades-old doubts about Frank Olson's suicide finally seem laid to rest. It appears he never made that lethal sprint. But was this really a mission gone wrong, as Albarelli believes? Or was it premeditated assassination? Evidence from the 1994 autopsy and sensational documents later released under the Freedom of Information Act point to what Olson's family members long suspected: foul play. This 1953 CIA report is an instruction manual for murder. It reads like a sinister script for the fatal drama that played out in the Hotel Statler.
The most efficient assassination is a fall of 75 feet or more. Care is required to ensure that no wound or condition not attributable to the fall is discernible after death.
Is Olson's death a textbook case of an assassination staged to look like a suicide, with Dr. Lashbrook left behind to bear false witness?
If the assassin immediately sets up an outcry, playing the horrified witness, no alibi or surreptitious withdrawal is necessary.
I mean, this is right on the money. Isn't that what we have here?
The assassination manual, the devastating secret of Pont Saint-Esprit, the lack of facial lacerations, the hematoma. The weight of evidence suggests Olson's death may not have been a suicide or an accident, but premeditated murder.
I think someone broke that window and then threw him out the window.
But with so many years passing since that fatal night, the full truth of what happened may never be known.
I think it's impossible to solve the case now because nobody exists any longer at the CIA that's even familiar with the case. I think what's a mystery now concerning the case will stay a mystery forever.
Yet, the suspicion lingers that Frank Olson died because he simply knew too much. They were at the height of their careers. Then they disappeared.
Was he shot, stabbed? Was he thrown off the bridge?
A highly regarded Harvard professor goes missing in Memphis shortly after September 11th.
It was a major loss to science. It was a major loss to the world.
Did his work with the world's deadliest viruses make him a target for biological terrorists? And later, a man who worked on Hitler's deadliest weapon.
It had a warhead which could basically flatten a city block.
Walks out of his office, never to return.
It was just a mystery.
Now, after 50 years, new information points to an unlikely assassin.
The Israelis needed somebody inside.
From Memphis to Munich, men who knew too much and vanished without a trace.
You can think as much as you want that you're safe, but you're not.
Memphis, Tennessee, November 16th, 2001. A mystery unfolds on the iconic Hernando de Soto Bridge that spans the Mississippi River.
A trucker radioed the Memphis Police Department dispatcher advising that a vehicle was parked on the side of the interstate, on Interstate 40 on the bridge.
It's just 2 months since 9/11. The country is still on edge, with deadly anthrax mailings claiming 5 lives. It's feared another terror attack is imminent, with major structures like bridges and landmarks as possible targets. For Detective Robert Shemwell and the Memphis PD, these are tense times.
Heightened alert throughout the country that somebody might try to take out the bridge. To park a vehicle in the middle of the interstate, that's suspicious in nature alone. But during this time in 2001, right after 9/11, it was really, really suspicious.
At 3:47 a.m., officers approach the vehicle. The car is unlocked. Keys are in the ignition. The engine's off, but the car's in perfect working order with a full tank of gas. The driver has simply vanished into the night.
The obvious is that he parked his vehicle, got out and jumped off the bridge, committed suicide. But a lot of times the obvious answer is not the correct answer.
The car is a rental, and police are able to quickly identify the driver.
When we began to find out who was leasing this vehicle was when the name Don Wiley came up.
Police soon realize Don Wiley is no run-of-the-mill missing person.
And what we did was to shine X-rays on crystals of a protein from the surface of a human cell.
He's a world-renowned scientist, a Harvard professor specializing in lethal infectious diseases.
Dr. Wiley's work really focused on understanding their structure and how they invade the human body and how the immune system fights against them.
Dr. Don Wiley's groundbreaking research had redefined science's understanding of how infectious diseases spread.
Don was a structural biologist, which meant that he studied biology in 3 dimensions.
You're creating a 3-dimensional shape for these tiny, tiny little molecules, and it allows us to really understand them. Because if you think about it, how do we understand the function of something if we don't know its structure?
Don was highly acclaimed scientist. He had won many prizes. The Japan Prize, which is a huge scientific prize. Lasker Award, which 50% of the people who win that award win the Nobel Prize. He was in the National Academy of Sciences. He was a Howard Hughes investigator. He was world-renowned scientist.
For police, in the wake of 9/11, Wiley's scientific expertise is a red flag.
This is not just your average Joe. This is a very important individual.
Investigators can't rule out the possibility that Dr. Wiley's disappearance is the work of terrorists.
Certainly it's feasible for terrorists to want to get their hands on a guy like Don Wiley.
The reason? His specialized knowledge of infectious diseases could potentially create the perfect terror weapon.
Terrorists find biological weapons interesting for the same reason generals find them terrifying, because they spread out of control. They have a certain biblical indiscriminate effect. For military operations, that's nightmarish. For a terrorist trying to cause, well, terror, that's just fine.
Don Wiley is an expert on disease transmission. He's mapped the molecular structure of killer viruses like Ebola, HIV, and influenza.
His work was really seminal in that it taught us why some of these diseases were more virulent, more impacting.
It's unsettling to think that some of the same techniques could be used by terrorists to make biological weapons like we've never seen before.
The possibility of bioterrorism is made more frightening by the anthrax mailings that coincide with Wiley's disappearance.
People were terrified. They had no idea if a follow-on assault was going to come. It was an extremely scary thing.
With such turmoil in the country, authorities can't help but suspect Wiley has been abducted.
The theory at the time of Dr. Wiley's disappearance, especially because it was right after the 2001 anthrax attacks, was that he was potentially kidnapped and forced to build a biological weapon.
Is this something new? I mean, the airplanes into the building were new. Is this something new that's now going to occur to our scientists?
With no sign of Wiley or his body, 5 days after his disappearance, this is no longer just a matter for local law enforcement.
When someone like that goes missing, the FBI would be intimately interested in the circumstances surrounding his disappearance.
FBI contacted me. At first, it was, if you need us, call us. Several days later, it was, we're going to assign someone, and we're fixing to open a case up.
But there are no leads, no clues, no way to even tell if this was a crime.
There was no witnesses, no crime scene. There was no direction really to go into. As an investigator, you want to go back and start from the last location that you know that someone actually saw him.
Dr. Wiley was in Memphis for a meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. On the night he disappears, he attends an official dinner for delegates at the Peabody Hotel. Among them, Wiley's close friend and fellow scientist, Dr. William Ivins.
That night was very pleasant, very relaxed. People were enjoying sort of being done with a very hard day's work at the institution.
According to Dr. Ivins, Wiley's behavior is completely normal.
He was in the conversation, driving the conversation really, which was typical Don Wiley.
With family nearby, Dr. Wiley isn't staying at the hotel.
He almost always stayed with his father, who lives in the suburbs of Memphis, and he was doing that evening. I left probably around 11 o'clock. The group sort of began to disband, and I said goodbye to Don in the lobby of the Peabody.
When the colleagues left, he returned back to the bar, and he struck up a conversation with several of the locals.
He was an effusive personality. He loved to have a conversation about anything. It could range from science to the opera to, a baseball game. He was that kind of individual.
Bar staff say Wiley left just after midnight, heading for valet parking. And that's where the trail goes cold.
No one observed where he went. No one observed his vehicle pull off, so we were back to square one.
4 hours after he left the hotel, Wiley's car is found on the Hernando de Soto Bridge. The fact is, he should never have even been on the bridge. The Peabody Hotel is in Midtown Memphis. Dr. Wiley's father's house is east of town in the suburb of Raleigh. Yet his car is found on the bridge heading west, on the way out of state.
Why was he going westbound on Interstate 40 when he should have been going northbound on Interstate 240 towards his father's house?
It's not the way he would go to the suburbs of Memphis. If you're on the bridge going the direction that car was going, you're going to Arkansas or beyond.
Inspection of the car reveals a few anomalies. It's been damaged in a minor accident with scrapings of yellow paint.
It looked like he might have just bumped a gate. But we noticed that there was undercarriage damage on the driver's side, and there's also a front tire hubcap was missing, as if he might have jumped a curb.
No corresponding damage is found on the bridge, and there's no sign of the missing hubcap. The investigation is raising more questions than answers.
When we were coming up with dead ends,
investigators have little choice but to fear that Dr. Wiley's disappearance is part of a new era of biological terrorism, a prospect that looms even larger when it's discovered Wiley holds the secrets of the deadliest virus the world has ever known.
Probably the biggest infectious disease threat that the human race ever faced, and a cataclysmic event, almost like an extinction event.
In November 2001, a mystery is unfolding in Memphis. Harvard microbiology professor Don Wiley has disappeared. He was last seen leaving the Peabody Hotel around midnight on November 15th. With no leads and no witnesses, investigators return to the only physical evidence they have. Wiley's rental car, found abandoned on the bridge.
The obvious is he got out of the car and jumped.
But the people who know him best, like good friend William Evans, don't believe Don Wiley would ever take his own life.
There was no reason Don would contemplate that. I mean, I was with him the night before. He was perfectly normal. I knew his career. He was doing great as a scientist. He was receiving awards. He had a wonderful family.
In fact, on the day after he disappears, Wiley's wife and 2 young children are on their way to Memphis to spend the weekend with him.
He was supposed to go pick the wife and the kids up from the airport himself.
I had the task, the unfortunate task of being the one to go to the airport to tell her what we knew at the time, which was that Don was missing.
It's hard to believe that Don Wiley would contemplate suicide the night before his wife and family were traveling in for a family get-together.
But investigators have already pursued every available lead.
Is this person having an illicit affair outside his marriage? Is he doing something that's running him up into debt that he can't cover? You could have an angry husband coming after him. You could have someone he owes a lot of money to, but none of that seemed to have occurred in Don Wiley's life.
So where's Dr. Don Wiley?
Investigators return to Don Wiley's scientific research and the possibility it's made him the target of biological terrorists.
Scientific discovery is often the result of the combined efforts of many talented individuals, something like the music produced by an orchestra.
Specifically, his work on influenza.
Influenza is particularly concerning as a biological weapon because it's constantly changing, it's already pretty transmissible, and there's many different kinds of it.
Many people think of influenza as just some very simple minor infection that they get every year, but influenza is probably one of the biggest infectious disease threats the human race faces.
Through his molecular mapping, Wiley was the first to reveal precisely how the influenza virus attaches to human cells, then constantly mutates into even deadlier strains.
The influenza virus changes every year, which is why we have to get another flu shot every year. And so Don's science would inform what the flu shot should look like every year.
But recently, Dr. Wiley has been working on the most deadly influenza strain of all, a virus that 100 years ago swept across the globe, killing whole families in a matter of days, decimating entire towns, and briefly bringing humanity to its knees.
The 1918 influenza outbreak was probably the biggest infectious disease threat that the human race ever faced, and a cataclysmic event, almost like an extinction event.
Known as the Spanish flu, it's the largest epidemic in history, killing up to 100 million people, 5% of the world's population.
It went around the world, killing millions of people, and we had never seen anything like that.
In 1997, scientists in Alaska unearthed the Spanish flu from victims who died 80 years earlier.
They exhumed bodies that were buried in the permafrost. People were then able to recreate the 1918 influenza virus and unlock its mysteries.
Dr. Wiley helps map the resurrected killer virus for the first time and identifies the mutations that made it fatal to 20% of those it infected.
Influenza's genetic structure is best thought of almost like a deck of cards, and that card deck can shuffle, and you come out with a totally new influenza virus because it's able to exchange and recombine and shuffle its genes.
If terrorists could engineer those genetic mutations in a laboratory to maximize the spread of a deadly flu strain, they could achieve mass murder on a scale the world has never seen.
Infectious diseases have the ability to change society and create massive chaos and lead to downfalls of government. All of the structures and infrastructures of that society could collapse.
Which is why Don Wiley's mysterious disappearance raises alarms.
There was a lot of concern that potentially someone who had worked with the 1918 pandemic had gotten kidnapped by some bioterrorist group and was going to be building a biological weapon.
This very well might have been an abduction or murder.
Today, about 3:15, we were notified by the Federal Bureau of Investigation office in New Orleans that a male white had been found in the river.
December 20th, 2001. A body is found more than 300 miles downstream from Memphis.
The identification on the body was that of Dr. Don Wiley.
The river flows south towards the Gulf of Mexico. His body was in the river a little over a month.
Finally, authorities know that Don Wiley is dead. But they still don't know if he committed suicide or if his scientific knowledge led him to be murdered. Wiley's corpse may hold the answers.
Was he shot, stabbed, thrown in the water? Did he fall off the bridge? Was he thrown off the bridge? Was there a struggle before that? A lot of those questions are going to be answered by the coroner.
The autopsy shows that Wiley's body has sustained extensive injuries.
On this diagram that was done at the time of autopsy, and you can see that there are rib fractures on both sides, the right and the left.
He had a crushed chest, he had fractures to his skull, his sinus cavities, his spine was broke.
All told, Wiley has over 40 broken bones. It's an injury pattern consistent with falling the 109 feet from the bridge to the water below.
When a body falls from great height to water, hitting the water is basically the equivalent of hitting the hard ground. They die from their blunt impact injuries before they can drown.
None of these injuries immediately indicate abduction or murder.
There was no defensive wounds to his hands, no gunshot wounds, no stab wounds. Everything was consistent with a fall.
And still, nothing to indicate Dr. Wiley's whereabouts in the crucial 4-hour window between leaving the hotel and the discovery of his car on the bridge.
It's not really 4 hours. It's 4 hours and a month. We know he left the valet heading for his car. We know he was found in the river 350 miles downstream. Everything else in between, we don't know.
Not a single witness ever saw Dr. Wiley on the bridge that night.
My gut instinct in this case tells me Don was never in that car on that bridge.
Could he have been intercepted in the parking lot of the hotel or run off the road as he left?
He may have never left that hotel in that car. That car could have been driven on that bridge by somebody else. That's why it was found in the wrong direction, because they didn't know what direction his dad lived in. They drove it to the wrong bridge or the wrong way out of town and left it there.
It's possible that the car was staged there, but I think that he definitely still had to have fallen from a great height to cause that magnitude of injuries. So I don't think those injuries would have resulted from, for example, being beaten.
They could have been holding him for weeks, interrogating him on his skills and his knowledge with respect to biological weapons, knowing that they would use the river to dump his body eventually.
If Dr. Wiley had jumped or had been pushed off the bridge, he would have the same injuries. But in a shocking twist, the coroner rules out both likely options. In a highly specific and unusually detailed finding, he concludes Wiley's death was a freak accident.
The theory the initial medical examiner had about Don Wiley's death is that he was driving over the bridge. He got out of his car because he had gotten in some type of accident. He was disoriented. He got near the edge of the bridge, and then a truck went by on high speeds, creating some type of backdraft wind. And this pushed him over the edge of the railing because his center of gravity was higher than that of the railing, like this.
Wind and vibrations allegedly sent Wiley tumbling over the guardrail.
As an investigator, I was really kind of shocked.
The coroner's theory leaves many perplexed.
It doesn't seem to me that a moving truck on the far side of the bridge would generate enough wind and vibration to knock a full-grown man off that bridge.
While this is a very elegant theory, it's probably more specific than I would feel comfortable going as a medical examiner if this was my case.
The theory regarding how Dr. Wiley fell off the bridge, to me, just didn't add up. There's no way the trucks could have vibrated that bridge enough to cause a 6'3" man to fall over a 43.5-inch concrete barrier to go off the side of the bridge and land in the water. But also, they're in the left lane. His vehicle is blocking the right lane, which is the side that the rail that he would have gone over on.
Any wind gust generated by a truck would have at least 15 feet to dissipate before it hit Don Wiley.
Dr. Wiley's brother was at my desk, and he was extremely mad. He stated that he came to find out how his brother died, and he had to listen to that bullshit. And that's the way he put it.
But following the coroner's report, the case is officially closed. Many mysteries remain. And despite the findings, Shemwell is reluctant to rule out foul play.
To say that Dr. Wiley jumped off the bridge, fell off the bridge, or was pushed off the bridge is still an unanswered question.
I don't think we'll ever know what happened to Dr. Wiley. There's a lot of mystery surrounding his death.
Whether he was the victim of an abduction or a tragic accident, the threat of biological terrorism didn't die with Don Wiley.
In the future, as biology gets more advanced, as more and more people have access to sophisticated biological science, as the computers and DNA sequencing devices become easier to obtain, cheaper, more common, it's possible that some terrorist could start making something awful in his bathtub.
Stay underground.
For family, friends, and colleagues he left behind, Don Wiley's disappearance remains a baffling mystery.
We scratch our head and we wonder to this day exactly what happened. A brilliant guy. I mean, it was a major loss to science. It was a major loss to the world to lose a guy like Don Wiley. He just had great momentum, and he had enormous talent, and he was an intellect that's sort of rare to encounter on this planet.
It's not known if Wiley's work played a role in his death. But 40 years earlier, in West Germany, a very different scientist goes missing. And this time, the reason is clear. September 13th, 1962. An abandoned car is found outside Munich. It's registered to 49-year-old Dr. Heinz Krug. He's been missing for 2 days.
The police find his car abandoned and covered in dust, a few miles outside of Munich.
The car was in the middle of nowhere. Krug must have driven there and then left the car. There was nothing nearby except for a forest.
In a report about his disappearance, Dr. Krug is named in a secret U.S. State Department cable as a Munich-based businessman, running a company called Intra-Trading. There's a reason U.S. intelligence is keeping tabs on Krug. 20 years earlier, Krug is a Nazi missile engineer, part of the team who built rockets for the Third Reich at Peenemünde on the Baltic coast. He holds deadly knowledge that will soon be linked to his disappearance. In 1962, a missing German engineer, Dr. Heinz Krug, is discovered to have a dark past, helping to build Nazi Germany's most devastating weapon.
Heinz Krug worked for the V2 program, which was Hitler's attempt to produce a rocket that could hit Great Britain.
When Hitler had his best scientists working on developing rockets, Heinz Krug was with them as an acquisitions specialist. Krug was able to get whatever parts the scientists needed in order to build rockets.
Designed by Wernher von Braun, the V2 was a monumental 46 feet long, towering over all rockets built at that time.
Churchill's science advisor claimed that a rocket of that size could not be built and that it was all a hoax. And then, of course, in the late summer of 1944, these things come screaming out of the sky and blowing up in the streets of London.
With a range of 200 miles, V2 rockets are launched from Holland, killing 7,000 British civilians and servicemen in the last year of World War II.
It had a warhead of about 2,000 pounds, about a ton of high explosive, which could basically flatten a city block. From a technological standpoint, it was a game changer.
After the war, Wernher von Braun and his fellow rocket scientists are in high demand. Von Braun surrenders to America and is wooed by U.S. presidents, from Harry Truman to John F. Kennedy. He and other German scientists will work on ballistic missiles and go on to build the Saturn V, the rocket that put man on the moon.
German rocket scientists had proven themselves to be among the best in the world.
Initially, Dr. Heinz Krug remains in Germany, but in the late 1950s, he too is invited to America.
Von Braun said to Krug, "You could be useful to us here in the United States. Why don't you come here?"
Krug turns down the offer and instead begins working on a strategic missile program for Egyptian President Abdul Nasser, who has his sights set on a key American ally, Israel.
Krug really wasn't comfortable with the thought of working for Americans. They'd been the enemy during the war. But working for Egypt, trying to come up with plans that could hurt the Jewish state of Israel, that appealed to Krug. And apparently the money was better in Egypt, too.
The Egyptians were so determined to acquire this capability that they basically say the sky's the limit in terms of finances. Whatever you need, we'll provide. Please give us this capability.
By 1959, American intelligence dossiers report dozens of German scientists are working at a top-secret missile facility rising from the dust outside Cairo.
They actually set up a factory, Factory 333.
From the very beginnings, it was clear that everything had to be imported.
A lot of those materials were not available on the open market.
And that's where Heinz Krug comes in.
The Egyptian rocket program couldn't succeed without someone who would get the parts that it needed. Heinz Krug was a genius at it.
Recently, declassified archives reveal the central part Krug played in the Egyptian rocket program.
Krug's role was to be the middleman, the person who procured equipment and materials for the project.
His intra-trading company in Munich is purely a front for his covert shipments.
Intra was created by Heinz Krug specifically so he could get the components that the German scientists and their Egyptian factory needed.
Basically, the scientists gave Krug their wish list. This is what we need in order to produce this weapon, and it would be up to Krug to go out and find it.
Western intelligence agencies try to monitor Factory 333, but can't penetrate security.
What went on behind the walls in 333 was a bit of a mystery. What are the Egyptians up to?
All becomes clearer in July 1962, when President Nasser proudly and publicly test launches his homegrown missiles, named Al-Zafir, the Victor, and Al-Kahir, the Conqueror.
Suddenly in 1962, the Egyptians show the world that not only do they have ballistic missiles, but as Gamal Abdel Nasser said, we made them ourselves.
In reality, they couldn't have done it without the German scientists. For neighboring Israel, it's a worst-case scenario. Arab missiles built by ex-Nazis, right on their doorstep.
And in a press conference after the launching, some journalists said, so what are the range of these missiles? And Nasser said, anywhere south of Beirut, which of course would be the entirety of Israel.
The German scientists might even be motivated by what Hitler had wanted to do. They failed to destroy all the Jewish people during the war, and now the Germans were trying a second Holocaust? This was honestly the fear of the Mossad director, Isser Harel.
Israel's Secret Service, Mossad, launches a campaign targeting the German scientists working for the Egyptian rocket program.
Harel felt that he had to get them all to quit the Egyptian program. He felt intimidation was the best way to do that. That he'd also have to kill at least one or two of them. That would send a clear message. He considered these Nazis to be enemies of the Jewish people, so he certainly didn't hesitate in ordering assassinations.
According to former Mossad agent Viktor Ostrovsky, because of his vital supply role, Dr. Heinz Krug would be a prime target.
If he would have agreed to leave, he would take the whole program with him. The head of the snake is taken care of, and the rest of the body will die.
In 1962, former Nazi rocket engineer Dr. Heinz Krug disappears. He's last seen at his Munich business office, Intratrading.
He got a telephone call for a meeting with someone.
By all appearances, these people knew each other. They get into Heinz Krug's car. They're supposedly going out to lunch.
Krug is never seen again. His body is never found, and his disappearance remains a cold case for 50 years.
It was just a mystery. What had happened to this German who definitely was working with other Germans for Egypt?
But after spending years sifting through secret archives and interviewing anonymous sources, investigative reporter Dan Raviv now believes he knows what happened. The trail leads to Israel's Secret Service, Mossad.
The Mossad was able to make Heinz Krug vanish without a trace.
That finding is backed up by deep research carried out on the ground in Israel by renowned security and intelligence journalist Yossi Melman.
I can't reveal my sources, but I believe that it was a Mossad operation which eventually resulted in the disappearing of Krug.
The fact that people didn't know what happened to Krug until lately is because Mossad is really not in the business of advertising what they did.
The alleged Mossad mission Raviv and Melman uncovered was a complicated operation. In the summer of 1962, Krug is unknowingly under Mossad surveillance, part of their campaign to stop Egypt's rocket program, codenamed Operation Damocles.
Damocles representing a threatening sword hanging over someone's head, and that's certainly what the Mossad wanted to be when it came to the German scientists.
Well, Israel's attitude towards the program was very simple. The Egyptians cannot have missiles. Or the weakest point that the Mossad decided was actually the scientists themselves. If you can scare them enough, they'll leave.
When threats and intimidation have no effect, Mossad raises the stakes with letter bombs.
One bomb explodes and kills 5 Egyptians at a mail sorting facility. Another bomb explodes and blinds the secretary of one of the scientists working in Egypt.
Heinz Krug realizes his life is in danger.
He didn't want to give in. He liked working with the same German team that he'd been with in the 1940s. So he wasn't going to quit, despite the intimidation.
But Krug decides he does need protection. He turns to another former Nazi insider, a decorated guerrilla commander, the notorious Otto Skorzeny.
Otto Skorzeny was Hitler's favorite commando. Otto Skorzeny was very tall. He had a scar on the left side of his face. He was sometimes referred to as Scarface Skorzeny. He was a commando who rescued Mussolini in one very famous rescue operation when Hitler sent Skorzeny in, and he basically glided onto the top of a mountain, rescued Mussolini to great acclaim.
The Nazis called him the most dangerous man in Europe.
Heinz Krug believes if anyone can keep the German scientists safe, it's Otto Skorzeny. Not only does he share their Nazi background, Skorzeny's CIA file reveals that since the war, he's helped train Egypt's special forces. When the two men make contact, Skorzeny is living comfortably in Spain.
Skorzeny was able to live in Madrid and became a security consultant, making a lot of money as a lot of governments hired him for his advice.
Krug turned to him to request that he help protect the German scientists in Egypt and create some sort of a protection field.
With the battle-hardened Skorzeny by his side, Dr. Krug believes he'll have the best security money can buy.
It would make absolute sense for Krug to feel comfortable in hiring somebody who's also a Nazi and a very well-known Nazi. He would be less worried about being betrayed or sold out.
The two men arrange to meet and are last seen driving away in Krug's car.
You can think as much as you want that you're safe, but you're not.
On September 11th, 1962, it's believed Dr. Heinz Krug leaves his office in Munich with Nazi war hero Otto Skorzeny in the car. They're meeting to discuss a protection plan for the German scientists working on Egypt's rocket program. Or so Dr. Krug thinks.
Otto Skorzeny was actually recruited by Israeli intelligence, Mossad.
Incredibly, Israeli Secret Service had allegedly managed to turn a Nazi into a secret agent for the Jewish state. An almost unbelievable coup revealed after years of research by Israeli intelligence reporter Yossi Melman.
To approach Skorzeny was a very speculative, risky, but also clever approach.
Mossad's initial attempts to intimidate the German scientists haven't stopped the rocket program. They realize they need to step up the campaign.
In order to do this, the Israelis needed somebody inside.
Someone who would be trusted by other Germans.
It would be in the Mossad's advantage to recruit a Nazi, to hunt a Nazi.
Months earlier, Mossad sends agents posing as a German couple to Madrid, where Skorzeny has been living.
Skorzeny was deeply suspicious and said, "I know who you are, and I know why you've come. You've come to kill me."
Skorzeny's biggest fear is that he is on the same Israeli hit list of Nazi war criminals as the infamous Adolf Eichmann.
If you're Otto Skorzeny, you know darn well what happened to Adolf Eichmann. They found him, living under an alias, in a country in South America, thousands of miles away. And not only did they find him, they abducted him, stuck him on a plane, and flew him back to Israel to put him on trial.
Eichmann is found guilty of crimes against humanity and executed on June 1st, 1962. Skorzeny fears he will be next.
He said, "I know that I'm on a list of wanted Nazi war criminals and that Israel might be trying to kill me. I want you to remove me from that list."
The agents assure Skorzeny they can make that happen, sealing one of the most unlikely deals in the history of espionage.
In fact, the Israelis were not able to move Skorzany's name from the list, but the Mossad fooled Skorzany.
And they forged a letter to Skorzany saying that Skorzany was no longer on the list of wanted Nazis.
But it's believed Skorzany fulfills his side of the bargain by traveling to Munich to meet Heinz Krug. As they drive deeper into the Bavarian forest, they're trailed by a second car. Skorzany tells Krug the 3 men inside are bodyguards.
They ended up being Israeli agents.
Krug is told to pull over and get out of the car.
Then Otto Skorzany shot him and killed him.
Mossad agents allegedly dispose of his body by dousing it in acid.
It sounds gruesome, but the remains then become, well, just a pile basically of liquid muck. And the Israelis would dig a shallow hole, the muck was gone, and the person had vanished.
Mossad's goal is to sabotage Egypt's missile program and send a terrifying warning to the German scientists who work on it. Liquidating former Nazi Heinz Krug achieves both.
In the Mossad archives, the agency is proud of what it did in Egypt. Nasser was not able to develop the rockets that he had dreamed about.
The program didn't just slow down the Egyptian missile program, it eliminated it. It stopped it completely.
A year later, there was no single German scientist in Egypt. The ultimate goal was to stop German scientists helping Nasser, and that was achieved.
The nuclear arms race can be almost as deadly as the bombs themselves.
Bullets, bombs, a string of assassinations.
Bizarre deaths strike Star Wars, America's nuclear strategic defense program.
I think something sinister, something secret, something very toxic went on.
The body count rises. Could it be state-sponsored sabotage?
They believed they had to kill in order to ensure the continuity of their regime.
And in Iran, when a secret nuclear program is exposed,
so much satellite attention was zooming in on Iran.
A spree of bloody assassinations follows.
They don't have a clue who did it.
From nuclear secrets to space-based weaponry, were they killed because they knew too much?
The killed person is dead. Let everybody else guess why.
In the early 1980s, America and the Soviet Union are locked in the 20th century's longest-running conflict, the Cold War. Decades of stockpiling nuclear warheads have created enough firepower to destroy the world 100 times over.
Wouldn't it be better to save lives than to avenge them?
In 1983, President Ronald Reagan decides the only way to end the proliferation of nuclear weapons is to take the battlefield into a new frontier, space.
I call upon the scientific community to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete.
Reagan's ambitious plan is the Strategic Defense Initiative, popularly known as Star Wars.
He wanted to find a way to defend instead of just attack back. And that would require stopping all the incoming missiles dead.
The United States poured a ton of money into developing a missile shield around the United States.
By intercepting nuclear missiles in space, the Strategic Defense Initiative is supposed to prevent war and keep America safe.
The centerpiece of SDI, the part that gave it the name Star Wars, was the space-based lasers that sound a lot like science fiction. And a lot of critics thought it would work about as well as the Death Star.
A previously confidential dossier reveals the scientific challenge is estimated to be 8 times more complex than the project which resulted in the atomic bomb. In an attempt to turn this science fiction concept into reality, across the globe, thousands of scientists are mobilized: physicists, engineers, software developers.
SDI was an extremely sophisticated, extremely complicated system involving multiple layers of sensors and defense systems.
51 separate companies are contracted by the U.S., among them 8 in Great Britain. But soon, the scientists tasked with executing this top-secret defense project begin dying in mysterious ways. Bristol, England, October 28, 1986. Computer scientist Arshad Sharif is found dead in his car. He's been working on electronic warfare technology for the British engineering company Marconi.
Arshad Sharif was highly regarded by Marconi. He was working on a system that Marconi regarded as the most advanced in the world.
The circumstances of his death are bizarre.
Arshad Sharif had apparently tied 4 lengths of rope together, tied one end around a tree, the other end round his neck, and driven off in his car. The cause of death was asphyxiation.
It's one of the strangest apparent suicides Bristol police have ever seen. Stranger still, Sharif has no history of depression, no connection to the city where he died, and he's about to get married.
There were every signs that he wanted the marriage to go ahead.
Also, evidence at the scene suggests he might not have been alone.
3 cigars were found in his car, partially smoked, and yet he didn't smoke and in fact had a sign up on the dashboard.
On a cassette tape addressed to his father, police find what is assumed to be a suicide message, recorded by Sharif.
But actually the father said that it didn't give any explanation for his death at all.
And why is an 18-inch wrench found on the floorboard? Has it been used to hold down the gas pedal?
Arshad Sharif's father and Arshad's brother did not believe for a moment that he'd committed suicide. They felt that he may have been dead before he was put in the car, or perhaps drugged. There were no real tests done to check for drugs or anything untoward.
Shortly after Sharif's death, seasoned journalist Tony Collins begins investigating the apparent suicide. He finds out something that makes the death even stranger. Just 3 months earlier, another young scientist had died in the same city.
Even today, after 35 years, I'm convinced that there's more to Vimal Dajibai's death than meets the eye.
24-year-old computer programmer Vimal Dajabai works in London. Colleagues say he's happy and dedicated to his career. Then on Monday, August 4th, 1986, he's found dead over 100 miles from home, below Bristol's Clifton Suspension Bridge. Like Sharif, Dajabai has no known connection to Bristol and has shown no sign of depression.
He was on top of the world at the time that he was found at the bottom of the Clifton Suspension Bridge.
Wine is found in his car, but Dajabai doesn't drink.
Vimal Dajibai's friends and family were convinced that it wasn't suicide. They wrote long letters to the coroner explaining why they did not believe suicide at all.
No one can think of a single reason why Dajabai would throw himself off a 250-foot bridge. And another detail stands out as strange.
When he landed, his trousers were down, and there was a puncture mark that never was fully explained.
Could Dajabai have been injected with drugs? A toxicology test is negative, but it's not known what drugs they tested for.
Drugs used to incapacitate people often fall into the class of sedative hypnotic drugs such as benzodiazepines, barbiturates, or opiate medications like morphine. And a toxicology lab would really have to know which one to look for in order to detect it accurately.
There are so many unanswered questions, the coroner can't explain Vimal Dajabai's death. 2 young scientists are dead. Both drove over 100 miles to Bristol to apparently kill themselves. Both showed no sign of depression. Neither left an explanation for their death. And the similarities don't end there.
Vimal Dajabai and Arshad Sharif both worked for the Marconi Company, both of them in London, and they both chose Bristol to meet their premature ends. And in neither case was the death properly explained.
Could their work somehow be related to their deaths? Collins finds out Sharif had been working on computer simulations called Zeus to test radar on Harrier fighter jets, while Dajabai was creating software to test the sensors of Stingray torpedoes. The software they're developing for jets and torpedoes ultimately can be used for another purpose, intercepting missiles in space as part of Star Wars, the Strategic Defense Initiative. High-tech computer coding is the SDI's secret weapon.
The Strategic Defense Initiative was intended to exploit the much greater level of computer power that American systems had at the time. So it was intended to be an asymmetric response to the Soviet Union. Asymmetric meaning you don't go at them against their strength, you go at them using your own strength.
When it comes to computer science, the Soviets are years behind their Cold War rivals, America and Britain. To even the playing field, could they have resorted to assassinating SDI scientists, then staging them as suicides? Tony Collins goes back through the records, trying to find out if the deaths of Sharif and Dajabai are isolated cases. What he finds is shocking.
What we have is a series of unexplained deaths of people working on highly sensitive technologies in the defense industry.
The more he digs, the more deaths he discovers. Electrocutions, car wrecks, bizarre suicides. Collins makes a list revealing 16 defense-related deaths between 1982 and 1986. All have links to highly classified defense projects in Britain. Projects with possible ties to the Strategic Defense Initiative. As suspicions rise, so too will the body count.
He was terrified and convinced that there was some foul play involved.
Investigative journalist Tony Collins has discovered a series of strange deaths linked to America's Star Wars defense program. In late 1986, 2 scientists die within 3 months of each other in the same city, and the list of possible victims is about to get even longer.
My father was fun. He was a man who held strong opinions. He was clever, forthright, quite joyful. He could find joy in things.
52-year-old John Britton is a high-level computer scientist working for the British Ministry of Defense. Successful, happy, until the summer of 1986, when he returns from a business trip to the United States.
When my father came back from America, he was profoundly changed, and he was vacant, distracted, withdrawn. My father sat me down on the stairs in our house. He said, "Jane, if anything happens to me, I want you to make sure the family's okay." I don't think I took as seriously as perhaps I should have done at the time.
Around Christmas time, her father has a suspicious car accident, but survives.
And his brakes failed very suddenly, so he was driving at speed, and he managed to maneuver the car into a ditch. My father thought that something had been deliberately done, that his brakes had been tampered with. He was terrified and convinced that something had happened, that there was some foul play involved.
Then, on January 12, 1987, death stalks Britain again.
He started the car, left it running with the garage door closed, and he was found slumped over the wheel, carbon monoxide poisoning.
My father was dead. I couldn't rouse him.
And the coroner ruled it was a straightforward case of an accidental death.
Britain's daughter doesn't believe it's an accident, and she doesn't buy suicide either.
If you're asking me if I think he killed himself, I would come down on the side of no. I think that something sinister, something secret, something very toxic went on.
Britain specialized in testing future weapons systems and analyzing enemy forces' capabilities using computer simulations. Such simulations were crucial to the SDI program because real-world testing in space wasn't affordable or practical.
Star Wars could never be tested in practice. It had to be through simulation. The information he had would certainly have been perceived by some as working on a technology at the heart of Star Wars.
Barely a month passes before another military scientist dies. Peter People, 46, is found wedged under his car in the garage. Like Britain, he's a victim of carbon monoxide poisoning. Peter People was a world authority on electronic surveillance and target detection. Technologies that would also be key to the Star Wars program. Two top scientists dead within weeks of each other, both by carbon monoxide, both keepers of military tech secrets.
They both worked for government establishments. They were both very au fait with technologies that were very sensitive. That raises questions as to whether there was more to their deaths than meets the eye.
Collins' tally of unusual deaths rises from 16 to 18, and digging back into the 1970s archives, he finds even more. In all, he uncovers 25 mysterious deaths in the defense industry. Authorities dismiss any links between them as pure coincidence. But to former CIA intelligence analyst Dr. Marion Layton, that doesn't add up.
It could not have been a coincidence that all of these deaths occurred within a short period of time and among a very tight-knit scientific and technical community in Britain. You have to suspect that there was some kind of a conspiracy, some kind of an organized program to get rid of these people, and also, by doing this, to warn other people who might want to become involved in this program to stay away.
The obvious suspect is the Soviet Union's KGB. But Dr. Layton believes the assassinations could be the work of another secret agency, equally feared, but more experienced in covert assassination.
They had a particular expertise in killing people but making it look like suicide or accident.
In the 1980s, a string of suspicious deaths in Britain appear connected to America's Star Wars program. And in August 1988, the name of Peter Ferry, a senior Marconi defense scientist, is added to the list. Ferry has been electrocuted. It appears he has attached stripped wires of an electrical cord to the metal fillings in his teeth.
as an extraordinary way to commit suicide.
In an eerie similarity to other cases, Ferry's family reported he had experienced a strange car accident not long before he died.
He'd been driving down a narrow road when a 10-ton lorry drove over his car. He just managed to get out before it exploded. It does seem as if it could have been deliberate. Who knows?
Ferry possessed extensive knowledge of NATO military strengths and weaknesses. In the same month, there's another similar death. 50-year-old Alistair Beckham appears to have wired himself to the mains power supply. There's no suicide note. His cause of death is electrocution. Beckham works for one of the companies contracted to America's SDI program. Documents found at his home indicate he had knowledge of a wide variety of military technologies. Have Beckham and Ferry really committed suicide? Or have they been killed because of their knowledge of secret military tech?
Possibly because of their knowledge, they had been asked to divulge that information and had been unwilling to do so.
If the deaths are assassinations, the most obvious suspect is the Soviet Union. For them, the Star Wars program could mean the end of superpower status.
If Star Wars worked, it would have been a tremendous threat to the Soviet Union. It would have neutralized their nuclear weapons.
The KGB, the USSR's state security service, was known for using poisons to assassinate. In 1978, they were suspected of supplying the poison that killed Bulgarian dissident Georgy Markov in London. While walking past a bus stop, Markov was jabbed by an unknown assassin with an umbrella. After his death, a pellet laced with the deadly toxin ricin was found embedded in his skin. Could the Star Wars cases and Vimal Dajabai's strange puncture mark be further examples of covert Soviet assassination?
The Soviet Union wanted to do whatever it could to derail the program. It's not out of the question that the Soviet Union would have resorted to this kind of a thing.
But in the 1970s, Britain had expelled nearly 100 suspected Soviet spies. Since then, the Soviets had found penetrating British society difficult, instead relying on one particular sister agency to do their intelligence gathering for them, the notorious East German spy agency, the Stasi.
I believe the Stasi was extremely successful in infiltrating the United Kingdom and far more successful than the Soviet Union.
The East German Ministry of State Security, or Stasi, was the most comprehensive intelligence gathering agency in the world. Masters of covert surveillance, with their skills honed for years on the streets of East Berlin. The Stasi was a communist paramilitary organization with 100,000 personnel and tentacles far beyond its own borders.
The Stasi's job was to protect communism in East Germany, but to protect communism more generally where the KGB and the Soviet Union could not themselves do it.
A document recently unearthed from top-secret Stasi files details a 1973 deal signed by the heads of the Stasi and of the KGB. It reveals an agreement for the Stasi to unofficially penetrate America and NATO countries to gather intelligence on technology. Training for espionage operations included hand-to-hand combat, and for some, assassination techniques.
They also undertook what Marcus Wolf, until 1986, the head of the East German intelligence service, called wet jobs. That is to say, the physical elimination of individuals who were seen as a direct threat to the future of communism in East Germany and the Soviet Union.
At the time, one of the most direct threats to communism was America's Star Wars program. In 1985, the Stasi chief issues an order to use all options to gather military-related information from the enemy. The Stasi are suspected of deploying up to 100 secret agents in Britain, specifically to target defense programs.
And the Stasi had a particular expertise in killing people but making it look like suicide or an accident.
The Stasi were rumored to use undetectable poisons developed in a secret KGB lab.
The poisons in some cases, caused people to behave irrationally. In some cases, it simply killed them outright. But nobody would be able to trace it later to a poison.
Use of toxins, combined with psychological intimidation, could explain some of the victims' bizarre behavior.
Is it plausible that the Stasi was in some way involved in these mysterious deaths? Yes, it is plausible. The Stasi were killers. They believed they had to kill in order to ensure the continuity of their regime. Were they interested in defense intelligence? Absolutely. Were they interested in electronic defense intelligence? Absolutely.
Although suspicion about the Stasi's involvement is strong, the one thing that's always been missing is cold, hard proof. But could evidence have been buried deep in East Germany's archives? The Mystery, a series of strange deaths linked to America's Star Wars program in the 1980s. The Theory, an assassination campaign carried out by East German spy network, the Stasi. But there's no proof, and according to intelligence experts, it's possible there never will be.
I would say if such evidence did exist, it would have been destroyed within the first few hours of the collapse of the East German regime.
With the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, millions of Stasi files are destroyed, and with them, the smoking gun that might have brought closure to this string of unexplained deaths.
Details of Stasi operations, including wet jobs, the killing, assassination, they were the most incriminating. They were the first to go.
When the Cold War ends in 1991, tellingly, the deaths of defense scientists in Britain cease too. The Strategic Defense Initiative never succeeds in creating a space-based missile defense shield.
The SDI program never reached the prototype stage because many of the technologies were very, very advanced.
Over 3 decades since the SDI's inception, missile defense remains one of the military's most difficult challenges. The closest program America has is Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD, which has been tested intercepting decoy missiles high over the Pacific Ocean. Just as the challenge of missile defense endures, so too does the mystery of what happened to so many defense scientists. Jane Hankins' father was one of 6 scientists who died from carbon monoxide poisoning. She hopes one day the truth will be revealed.
The main question about my father's death is, for me, is what happened and how did it happen? The fact that there were 6 scientists who died, like my father, from carbon monoxide poisoning, all of whom had been involved in the Star Wars defense projects, seems way beyond a coincidence. It seems downright bloody sinister, if you ask me.
Being the keeper of military knowledge can be dangerous. And in the Middle East, 20 years later, another set of scientists are in the crosshairs. January 12, 2010. Iranian academic Masoud Ali Mohammadi leaves home from his job at the University of Tehran. But he will never arrive.
Al-Mohammadi was killed by a bomb that had been attached to a motorcycle that was parked near his house.
This has all the hallmarks of a professional hit. But Ali Mohammadi seems an unusual target.
Officially, he was just teaching what's called particle physics.
He's a distinguished, well-published lecturer at Iran's most prestigious university. But who would want this dedicated academic dead? The death of Ali Mohammadi comes at a time when the eyes of America and the world are on Iran.
So much satellite attention was zooming in on Iran. No country in the world has more satellites looking into what's happening than Iran did.
At various remote sites, American intelligence observes suspicious activity. Analysts suspect Iran is trying to conceal a huge secret: a clandestine program to develop nuclear weapons.
Building a nuclear facility is not an easy operation. It leaves a tremendous amount of traces and imagery that you can see from space.
Near the remote village of Fordow, satellites spy a hidden structure. Not one, but multiple entrances. One tunnel, two, an interconnected network. Iran's building something underground they don't want the world to know about.
They could see, for instance, that pathways are being built. They could see that there's a tunnel being built in the mountain. And as a result, they had good reason to believe that this was a nuclear facility.
Surprisingly, Iran's nuclear program was kick-started in the late 1950s by America. President Eisenhower actually provided the Shah of Iran with the country's first reactor in a program known as Atoms for Peace. For decades, Iran uses nuclear power only for peaceful purposes. But in the 2000s, their nuclear activities become more secretive.
A few years earlier, the Iranians had effectively been outed in having nuclear facilities in a place called Natanz that had not been previously declared to the International Atomic Energy Agency.
Iran claims Natanz and the undisclosed site at Fordow are for energy production, not nuclear weapons.
From the American side, they don't buy that. They believe that the only reason you would build a small facility in the mountain is for weapons purposes.
While the mystery of the nuclear program is unraveling, another mystery is unfolding on Iranian streets.
In 2007, a number of scientists in Iran started to die various ways.
In January 2007, Ardashir Husseinpour is poisoned by gas. Masoud Ali Mohammadi is killed by a bomb attached to a parked motorcycle in January 2010. In November 2010, Majid Shahiri is killed by a car bomb. Faryadun Abbasi Davoni survives an identical attack on the same day. In 2011, Dariush Razia-Nazad is shot dead by a gunman on a motorcycle. And in 2012, Mustafa Ahmadi Rashan is killed when motorcyclists attach a magnetic bomb to his car. As word of the deaths filter out of Iran, international intelligence agencies try to uncover a connection between the scientists. Something that could explain why they were killed. In the case of Ali Mohammadi, hacked emails from U.S. private intelligence agency Stratfor reveal analysts trying to discover if his work as a university professor might be a cover for something more sinister. Finally, Ali Mohammadi's widow reveals what none of his students or colleagues knew. He was involved in secret work on Iran's nuclear program.
It seems that he was working for the nuclear program of his country, but he had kept that a secret.
Iranian President Ahmadinejad later confirms all the dead scientists are nuclear martyrs. Iran's nuclear program is being ruthlessly targeted.
For many of us who were observing and studying Iran, it was quite clear very early on that there is a very intense, dirty war taking place behind the scenes.
But who exactly is killing scientists in this secret dirty war? There's no shortage of suspects.
Most of the Western world, the EU, the UK, Israel, almost all these nations didn't want to see Iran having nuclear weapons.
In the late 2000s, it's suspected that Iran is on a path to producing weapons-grade uranium. While the world debates how to respond, it seems someone is already taking action. 5 Iranian nuclear scientists are assassinated in targeted attacks.
It seemed that someone wanted to intimidate scientists from working for Iran's nuclear program.
Meanwhile, Iran's nuclear plans have hit another hurdle. A mysterious malfunction is affecting a crucial piece of their enrichment equipment, the centrifuges at their Natanz plant.
The centrifuge works pretty much like a salad spinner. So we spin the gas around with a lot of energy and for a lot of time in order to achieve these high enrichments.
The centrifuges are designed to separate weapons-grade uranium-235 from another isotope, uranium-238. But a strange glitch is making that process impossible.
It deliberately would either speed up the machines, throw off the bearings, and destroy the machines, or make them go too slowly.
The Iranians were totally puzzled as to what's the problem with our centrifuges.
The problem is revealed to be a sophisticated cyberwar dubbed Stuxnet, a virus with 20 times more code than any other previously created. Although Iran's nuclear plants are not connected to the internet, somehow this worm has jumped the cyber moat.
We believe that Stuxnet got across the moat, as it were. It got across from the internet to the Iranian isolated network in a thumb drive, a very ordinary thumb drive.
Once in the system, the worm targets the logic controller that governs Natanz's centrifuges, making them spin out of control.
Stuxnet would, with great specificity, sabotage the particular industrial controls that the Iranian nuclear weapons program's centrifuges used.
It's clearly a targeted attack. Although present worldwide, Stuxnet is designed to cause damage only at Iran's nuclear plants. Sabotage by software. But who's behind it? Rumors confirmed by anonymous sources in the US government lead in just 2 directions.
There is a lot of reporting by many sources that Stuxnet was a joint US and Israeli product. Neither country has admitted it, but there are plenty of clues.
One clue is this secret NSA document, declassified in 2013. It reveals the NSA has been authorized to undertake so-called computer network attacks since 1997.
I think we can say now with 90% certainty, developed by the United States and the Israeli Mossad jointly.
Could there be a link between Stuxnet and the scientists' assassinations? Both disrupt Iran's nuclear ambitions. Both are precisely targeted hits. Could the same culprits be responsible? In the wake of the killings, pressure mounts on America to answer the allegations they've been involved in assassinating Iran's scientists. The Secretary of State makes an emphatic statement.
I want to categorically deny any United States involvement in any kind of act of violence inside Iran.
To actually send the Secretary of State herself to the podium in front of the cameras to say so was a very strong signal that the US is really opposed to this.
What about Iran's long-term rival, Israel? Their secret service, the Mossad, is known to undertake well-orchestrated targeted hits.
Israel considers Iran's acquisition of a nuclear weapon to be an existential threat. So it's not implausible that the Israeli intelligence services would kill scientists involved in the program to stave off that potential outcome.
But Viktor Ostrovsky, a former Mossad officer, says they are trained to leave no trace.
The hallmark of a Mossad hit is there is no sign behind that can track back to the person who did it. The killed person is dead. Let everybody else guess why.
With Israel the prime suspect, there's a twist in the case. An arrest is made in the murder of Masoud Ali Mohammadi.
Seen here during his trial, an Iranian man convicted of killing a scientist.
But he's not an Israeli. He's a homegrown killer with a shocking story. In January 2010, one of Iran's leading nuclear scientists, Masoud Ali Mohammadi, is assassinated by a remote-controlled bomb planted on a motorcycle. The prime suspect is Israel. But in 2011, an Iranian, Majid Jamali Fashi, is arrested for the crime. He claims he was hired by Israel.
In our first meeting, the person who was in charge of recruiting agents from Mossad took me to the Israeli consulate in Istanbul.
In his confession, he said that the Mossad had brought him to Israel in secret and had trained him in assassination techniques, including the use of magnetic bombs.
But former Mossad officer Viktor Ostrovsky doesn't believe Fashi's story.
Based on what he admitted, doesn't sound like an Israeli Mossad operation. You don't hire somebody else to do the job for you. You don't hand those kind of operations to somebody else.
There's a strong suspicion Fashi's confession might not be genuine.
The authorities probably made some promise to him, like his family would be well taken care of if he would publicly confess. And so the confession of Fashi may have been totally made up by the Iranian authorities.
People will admit anything under the hand of the Iranian Secret Service. It doesn't take much to do that.
In May 2012, Fashi is executed by the regime for being a murderer and Israeli spy.
And why? Because they needed a scapegoat. They needed for domestic consumption to tell the public, we found the murderer.
According to some intelligence analysts, the real culprits were never caught.
The Iranians did not catch those who were involved in the assassinations. Those who executed the operation managed to leave the country. They don't have a clue who did it.
Most international intelligence experts agree the deaths are likely the work of the Mossad.
Mossad is not in the business of admitting what it is doing, but its rather dispassionate denials have in them themselves sent a signal that they're not distancing themselves tremendously from this.
Both Stuxnet and the assassinations had a significant impact. Iran's nuclear program was slowed, but not stopped.
It set them back. It did not stop them. I would suspect they lost months, but not years.
Ultimately, it wasn't murder or cyber warfare that halted Iran's nuclear ambition. It was the efforts of dealmakers like Trita Parsi.
The nuclear crisis was resolved in a way that few people, at least in Washington, believed possible. Negotiations took place in Iran starting in July 2012.
After 22 months of talks, a nuclear deal is struck.
Because of this deal, the international community will be able to verify that the Islamic Republic of Iran will not develop a nuclear weapon.
Iran is subjected to stricter nuclear inspections than any other country in the world in return for the lifting of nuclear-related sanctions.
At no point will they have more than roughly 400 kilos of low-enriched uranium, which is only 1/3 of what you need to build a nuclear bomb.
The tight restrictions mean Iran's nuclear capability is minimized. And on the streets of Tehran, the car bombs and shootings of scientists cease. He's the unsung hero of American rocketry.
Jack Parsons was the guiding genius of the American space program in its very earliest days.
Founder of NASA's JPL and Aerojet Corporation.
Those two things have snowballed into massive industries and rocketry as we know it today.
But Jack Parsons' genius has a dark side.
This strange private life involving magic and the occult.
Did his unusual beliefs and top-secret science play a role in his violent end?
Was he killed by the American government? Was he killed by the Israeli government?
Solving this Cold War case will take modern-day science.
He was himself as volatile as the chemicals he worked with.
June 17th, 1952. Pasadena, California is rocked by a massive explosion. A makeshift laboratory lies in ruins, and Jack Parsons, a legend of American science, is mortally wounded.
The doors were blown off their hinges, the windows had been completely shattered, and Parsons himself was left slumped under a wash tub. His right arm had been blown off, and his two legs were broken and shattered and bent in awful positions.
Jack Parsons dies from his injuries at just 37 years of age. In his short life, he had unlocked some of the greatest scientific mysteries of his time and paved the way for humankind to enter space.
Jack's work pretty much was the basis of all rocket science.
He helped form the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Since then, it has been really the leading world institution for the exploration of space. The Voyager 1 and 2 probes, which have gone further than any man-made spacecraft, that was the JPL. If you think of the Mars rover, that was the JPL.
They used to call the JPL the Jack Parsons Laboratory. He was the moving force. He was the believer. The others pretty much followed his suit. He helped form Aerojet Corporation.
The largest rocket facilities in the free world, Aerojet's liquid and solid rocket plants on 18,000 acres near Sacramento.
He did come up with composite motors, and he did come up with really America's first liquid rocket motor. Those two things have snowballed into massive industries and rocketry as we know it today.
Without Parsons, there would be no man on the moon. There'd be no space shuttle.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
He was really a transformative figure in American science.
But Jack Parsons has a hidden dark side that might be linked to his death.
He didn't live in one box. He was not easy to categorize.
Passionate, romantic, philosophical, self-serving, narcissistic, ambitious, and he wasn't afraid to be all of those things sort of at the same time.
He was an eccentric who bizarrely had this strange private life involving magic and the occult.
Parsons is fascinated by ritual magic and attends nightly meetings of an occult society called Ordo Templi Orientis. He sees magic as a legitimate science, just like rocketry.
And he thought that magic was just another form of technology that hadn't really kind of got to the furthest stages yet, that hadn't been studied yet, that would one day become a science.
Parsons' beliefs turn him into an outsider in the fact-based field of rocketry, earning him many enemies. And though his 1952 death is officially ruled an accident, suspicion lingers.
Is it possible that Jack Parsons was murdered? It's very possible.
Born in 1914, Jack Parsons grew up in a wealthy Los Angeles family. The seed for his genius was sown by an early love of science fiction.
He had read Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, all of the popular sort of science fiction authors of the time.
Rocketry hadn't even been coined as a phrase. Nobody really thought that rockets were a serious science.
The general consensus among scientists was that it was impossible to leave Earth's gravitational field, There was no way you were going to put a rocket into space.
Parsons chooses to ignore such conventional wisdom. Long before the space race, he dreams that rockets will one day take mankind to the moon and beyond.
Jack Parsons was extremely interested in getting into space. That was his greatest dream.
Parsons finished high school, but he never actually made it to college. It wasn't necessary for him to go to college to follow his dream. He was kind of creating the dream as he went along.
Jack didn't go to college per se, but he lived right next to Caltech.
The California Institute of Technology attracts the finest science and engineering minds in America. Parsons is a self-taught chemist with no qualifications, but he's invited into Caltech's elite fold by the legendary aerospace engineer, Dr. Theodore von Karman.
He realized that if rocketry was going to get started, you needed a flash in the pan, you needed a spark. You needed somebody who was not just your usual white-coated scientist.
In the 1930s, rocketry is the most difficult science on Earth, a new frontier that combines the greatest challenges of engineering, physics, and chemistry. Parsons and his Caltech pals apply themselves to one of the field's riskiest dilemmas: how to create the sustained, controlled explosion needed for a rocket's thrust.
These guys would go out and blow things up to see how they could design a fuel that would break out of the Earth's atmosphere.
Parsons' crew comes close to death so many times, they become known on campus as the Suicide Squad.
Whenever there was a test going on and there was an explosion, the classes would have to be shut down. There'd be noxious gases floating over the campus.
The Suicide Squad is forced off campus into an iron shed at Devil Gate Dam in the nearby Arroyo Seco Canyon.
They were working without any safety procedures at all. It was real seat-of-the-pants science.
By 1938, no one in California knows more about explosive substances than Jack Parsons. And that knowledge, combined with his movie star good looks, is about to catapult Jack Parsons into the limelight.
He kind of burst onto the scene in Los Angeles during the trial of Earl Kennett.
Earl Kennett was a corrupt LA police chief accused of car bombing a fellow officer. At the age of 23, Parsons becomes the key expert for the prosecution in Kennett's trial for attempted murder.
When Parsons testified, he stole the show, and he wowed the courtroom with his talk of how sudden explosives could have caused the damage to this car.
The high-profile case gives Parsons his first taste of fame. It also earns him a lifelong enemy, Earl Kennett, the first of many.
Earl Kennett found himself being thrown into jail on the testimony of a guy who was really just 23 years old. This brainiac from Caltech who had come in and pretty much sealed the deal on the prosecution's case against Earl Kennett.
I don't think that Jack really understood how much of an enemy he had made out of Earl Kennett, or how powerful Kennett really was, both within the LAPD and in the city of LA itself.
The crooked cop Kennett gets 10 years in San Quentin prison. With revenge on his mind, could Kennett have been responsible for the explosion that killed Jack Parsons?
He was released only a few weeks before Jack Parsons' death.
If I were working this case, former LAPD officer Kennett would probably be my prime suspect.
He very well could have placed an explosive under the floor in the apartment where Jack was working.
But there are others with a motive to kill Jack Parsons. And homicide is only one of the theories of his death. On that fatal afternoon, Jack Parsons had been working in his makeshift home laboratory. One theory is he deliberately blew himself up. Another possibility, suggested by LAPD investigators, is that he dropped a volatile chemical by accident.
Quite possibly, LAPD did not have the facilities or the expertise to investigate an explosion scene of that nature. It's quite possible they just didn't know what they were doing.
If an incident like Jack Parsons' death happened today, the FBI would send in a team called a post-blast investigation team, and they would be able to recreate the explosion and say exactly how it happened.
Now, such 21st century science can be applied to the case for the first time. Tom Thurman is a former FBI explosives expert who's reconstructed hundreds of blasts, including the 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie. He'll be using the same techniques to crack this 65-year-old mystery.
The three main scenarios that we'll be testing are the assassination theory, the accident theory, and the suicide theory.
Thurman has built a replica of Jack Parsons' home laboratory and will attempt to recreate the blast that killed him.
By recreating an explosion scene, it allows you to examine that scene just as you would have been at the original scene. By looking at the photos that were taken post-explosion, the scene is literally devastation. You have one wall that is partially blown out. You have a wall with some windows, looks like that is bowing out. You have a lot of fragmentation of wood, debris that is all over the floor.
Reading the police reports, Thurman notices something that doesn't add up.
The police in this investigation theorized that mercury fulminate was the explosive that detonated. I find that hard to believe.
Mercury fulminate is a highly volatile chemical.
It's incredibly sensitive to heat, friction, or shock.
Any agitation makes it blow up, decomposing violently into nitrogen, carbon monoxide, and mercury.
It's unlikely that Jack Parsons was working with mercury fulminate because it is just too sensitive. I know of no actual commercial purpose in that period of time for mercury fulminate.
Police had based their theory on traces of mercury found in the destroyed lab, but Thurman thinks the mercury could have come from a different source.
Jack Parsons had a number of mercury thermometers in that room. The explosion fragmented these mercury thermometers, and they jumped to the conclusion that it was mercury fulminate as the explosive.
Instead of mercury fulminate, Thurman believes it's far more likely that Parsons was working with nitroglycerin, so he'll be testing with nitroglycerin solid form, dynamite, which would also be the preferred explosive for an assassination. But before blowing up Parsons' mock lab, he has to figure out how much dynamite to use.
By looking at the photos that were taken post-explosion, I'm estimating that that hole is 2 feet by 2 feet.
This tin can holds 2 pounds of dynamite.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With a test blast using 2 pounds of dynamite, explosives expert Tom Thurman has replicated the force of the blast that killed American rocketry pioneer Jack Parsons.
Hey, look at this. Guys, this looks just like the picture.
To investigate exactly how Parsons died, Thurman will next rig a rebuilt lab with the same amount of dynamite. But solving the mystery of Parsons' death also means digging deep into his scientific career to find out who had a motive to kill him.
His life was so filled with a mystery, with weirdness, with odd people, with strange connections, that we can't be certain whether it was an accident or whether it was something more sinister.
In the 1930s and 40s, Jack Parsons is leading the charge towards a distant dream of space travel, a charge that will make him friends and enemies. His crew of risk-taking rocket pioneers are dubbed the Suicide Squad.
The Suicide Squad, that was the core group of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This started it, and they followed Jack Parsons because Parsons was the visionary. Parsons was the guy that said, yeah, we can do this. There were virtually no one else in the United States doing this because they had been told it was impossible.
Rocketry is still considered a fringe science, but in 1938, with World War II on the horizon, that's about to change.
The Germans are developing all sorts of secret weapons. But we don't know how they're doing it. We don't know what the science is. We certainly don't know what the engineering is.
America's military leaders want to match Germany's rocket capability and are soon knocking on Jack Parsons' door.
The U.S. Army said, "What can you guys do?" And this was a bunch of kids, basically. These were late teens, 20-somethings.
Jack and his suicide squad receive a $1,000 military grant, becoming the first government-funded rocketry research group in history. The first $250 goes to repairing damage they've caused at Caltech. The rest they use to develop a revolutionary upgrade for military aircraft, Jet-Assisted Takeoff, or JATO.
These rockets would be strapped under the wings of planes, and this would give them that extra boost to get off the short runways, to get off the aircraft carrier while they were laden with bombs.
In August 1941, JATO rockets successfully reduced the takeoff distance of a test flight by 50%.
After JATO, we could take a fully laden bomber that's fully loaded with fuel and put it into a really small runway. It allowed us to take off from places that we could not take off before. It was an absolute necessity for warfighting.
Next, Parsons sets out to solve an inherent problem with existing rocket fuel.
The rockets were either fueled by liquid propellant or by solid powder, kind of gunpowder. And both fuels had their problems.
They would explode while they were being carried or transported, and generally they were very volatile and unpredictable.
In his search for a more stable alternative, Parsons draws inspiration from a 1,500-year-old legend of a terrifying weapon, known as Greek fire. Byzantine sailors fired the burning substance at enemy ships. Although its composition is a mystery, Parsons believes Greek fire was likely a version of asphalt. In 1942, he begins experimenting with an asphalt-based fuel, codenamed Gausset 53.
Asphalt does not immediately jump to mind as a great rocket fuel. These things seem to come out of thin air, but in fact it's due to his innate understanding of the chemical processes.
It would be both a solid and a liquid at the same time. It would be not as dangerous as the liquid. It would be more reliable than the solid.
Parsons' previously classified research reports show that the game-changing new fuel could be stored indefinitely, was far quicker to load into the rocket unit, and was much safer to handle.
This innovation by Parsons really changed history.
Parsons' innovation had two impacts. Number one, rocket motors were storable over a long period of time, and number two, they could be made much larger and much more powerful.
The jet age was beginning.
By the end of 1942, the rocketry business is booming. The Navy is ordering 20,000 JATOs a month from Parsons Manufacturing Group, now trading commercially as Aerojet.
Within a few years, it was a multi-million-dollar business.
Meanwhile, Parsons' research operation becomes the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, with a $3 million military grant to develop rocket-based weapons for the war. In a few short years, Jack Parsons has gone from a self-taught chemist, setting off explosions in the desert, to heading up major military technology companies that would power some of the most effective missiles in American history.
Motors for the Polaris missile, for the Genie, the single-chamber dual-thrust Hawk motor, the GAR-9, Scout, and many others.
But as his status as a rocket scientist grows, strangely, so too does his interest in ritual magic. Parsons is now head of the Californian chapter of the Ordo Templi Orientis and makes no secret of his unusual beliefs at the office.
He thought that his role was not only in science, but it was also in religion.
But the military man and scientists in the rocketry industry don't understand Parsons' obsession with magic rituals and the occult.
Parsons was seen as a liability, both by rocket science and by rocket business. He just wasn't a company man.
He doesn't believe in towing the line.
When people realized that he was interested in metaphysical beings from another world, in occult rituals, they really started to think, no matter what his brilliance was in rocketry, they didn't want him working with them.
In December 1944, under pressure from colleagues, Parsons agrees to part ways with Aerojet. He resigns from his position as project engineer, sells his shares for $11,000, and walks away from the company he helped build from scratch.
Parsons has suddenly been exiled from the very science which he had helped found.
And as an exile, Jack Parsons will begin walking on dangerous ground.
Strange rituals involving sex and drugs were taking place.
What happened here? Was it an accident? Did somebody try to kill him?
Iconic American rocket scientist Jack Parsons had an accomplished and colorful career that ended in a violent death, shrouded in mystery.
June 17th, 1952 was a kind of constellation of events that were very, very suspicious, that were suspicious then and which remain suspicious today.
Now, former FBI post-blast investigator Tom Thurman is using modern-day forensic techniques to find answers about what happened that fateful day. Thurman's initial test has established that the force of the blast that killed Parsons was equivalent to 2 pounds of dynamite.
We've got about a 2-foot hole. Unbelievable how our hole up there does look just like this one.
On an explosives range, Thurman has built a replica similar in size and layout to Parsons' lab, complete with the workbench he was mixing chemicals on, the metal coffee can where police claimed the explosion originated, and a mannequin in the same place that Parsons was estimated to have been standing right before he died.
It's very interesting to go back and re-look at this and see, in today's world, with what we know about explosives, what happened here? Was it an accident? Did somebody try to kill him?
There are many who may have wanted to. After leaving Aerojet in 1944, Jack Parsons moves in strange circles and makes powerful enemies.
If Jack Parsons was murdered, there are a number of possible perpetrators of the crime. There's a laundry list.
Parsons uses the proceeds of his Aerojet shares to buy a lease on a mansion on Pasadena's Millionaires Row. His lifestyle is extravagant and extraordinary.
He lived in a large house in Pasadena, which served as kind of a meeting place for science fiction writers and occultists and all sorts of sort of counterculture people at the time.
He had all this great money. He had this big house that he turned into kind of a commune.
The parsonage, as it's known, becomes a magnet for all manner of eccentrics, a haven for drugs, alcohol, and sexual freedom.
There's all sorts of things taking place at the house in Pasadena.
People running around half naked in robes, doing all sorts of crazy rituals.
One visitor at the parsonage is a little-known science fiction author, a man who would become famous as the founder of Scientology.
Parsons met L. Ron Hubbard in 1946 through a friend, and they struck up a very fast friendship. Hubbard quickly became Parsons' best friend, his magical assistant, and they shared pretty much everything with one another.
Not only in magical work, but in finances. Hubbard convinces Parsons to set up a joint corporation called Allied Corporation, and he takes Parsons' money.
The two of them had been best friends until Hubbard had betrayed Parsons, had stolen $20,000 of his money, and had run off with his girlfriend at the time. So although the two had been very close, Hubbard really was another blow against Parsons' self-esteem.
But Parsons doesn't give up on his ambitions. In 1946, he has top-level security clearance as he works with North American Aviation on the SM-64 Navajo missile project.
A top-secret Air Force project to develop a supersonic intercontinental ballistic missile that would be able to be fired from the United States and reach the Soviet Union carrying a nuclear payload.
Across America, communism has emerged as a new threat to freedom.
This is the Cold War. The idea that there were communist spies lurking under every bed in America.
May Day brings a wave of anti-communist sentiment as 100,000 march down New York's Fifth Avenue in a loyalty parade.
The House Un-American Activities Committee was looking very closely at any scientist that could have left-leaning, possibly communist beliefs.
The freedom is being challenged throughout the world today by the forces of imperialistic communism.
If you were involved in space science, rocket science, developing munitions of any kind, you were especially considered to be dangerous.
The constant flow of strange visitors and rituals at his home, the Parsonage, puts Jack on the radar of the FBI.
They had received word that a strange cult was operating out of his home in Pasadena.
Not only that, Parsons is rumored to have associations with communists.
For somebody working on a top-secret nuclear program, that was just not something that the United States was going to let fly.
Suddenly, the witch hunt was on.
They began to conduct surveillance and infiltrate the organization. They realized that strange rituals involving sex and drugs were taking place at this location.
The FBI names Parsons as a subversive character, and in September 1948, he's stripped of his top-secret security clearance.
He was declared by the Industrial Employment Review Board as undesirable for employment in national defense work.
You can't work on military contracts for the government without a top-secret security clearance. So losing that clearance would virtually put him out of his life's work.
Parsons is sacked from his job at North American Aviation and is forced to just do whatever he can to survive. He pumps gas, he mends cars. This genius rocket scientist is reduced to kind of really scratching by.
He was now on the outside looking in. People couldn't talk to Jack Parsons because he lost his security clearance. His friends were in danger of losing theirs. So he becomes a kind of pariah.
Facing financial ruin, Jack Parsons will be offered a lifeline by one of the richest men in the world, Howard Hughes.
He was rich, he was powerful, and he was vengeful.
One suggestion has been that Howard Hughes might have wanted Parsons dead.
In 1949, troubled genius Jack Parsons finds himself on the outskirts of the industry he created, after the FBI strips him of his top-secret security clearance.
His reputation now is as some kind of weird, eccentric, a devil-worshipping rocket scientist. So where's he going to get a job after that? It's virtually impossible.
Without his security clearance, Parsons is useless.
Unable to work on any U.S. military or space-related projects, Parsons considers leaving America and taking 15 years of rocketry expertise with him.
Jack Parsons was a walking, classified vault of information as to how rockets were developed, rocket fuel was developed. He had it all in his head, everything. He could go anywhere and start up from scratch in any country on the planet. Could we allow that to fall into enemy hands?
Parsons seeks work in the soon-to-be-declared state of Israel.
Although he had lost his security clearance in the U.S., Israel would be more than happy to give him a security clearance to work with them and their scientists in Israel to develop a defensive capability.
As a last resort before leaving the country, Parsons calls on some friends at Caltech. And with their help, in March 1949, he successfully reapplies for his U.S. security clearance.
After Parsons' security clearance was reinstated, he was able to get a job at Hughes Aircraft.
Billionaire businessman Howard Hughes is setting up the Hughes Aerospace Group. He takes a chance on a desperate Jack Parsons.
At Hughes, they contracted him in order to write up a proposal for a chemical plant to be used in their own rocket program.
At the same time, Parsons is still in discussions with the Israelis. They ask him to send a similar proposal for their planned rocket program.
Parsons had to prove that he could bring rockets to Israel, that he could not only build them, but he could run a whole rocketry concern there.
It makes sense to Parsons to use some of the work he's already done at Hughes to prepare the Israeli document.
What he did was he took the papers that he authored at Hughes and had them typed up by a secretary. Jack was essentially turning American state secrets over to an organ of the Israeli government for development of the Israeli rocket program.
He was using documents which were top secret for the Americans and then giving them to the Israelis. Any normal person would have realized that this was a problem.
The secretary soon realizes she's being asked to copy classified documents.
When she saw the papers that he was asking her to type up, was immediately aware of their importance and went to Hughes Security and told them that Parsons was possibly committing espionage.
A furious Howard Hughes reports Jack Parsons to the FBI as an Israeli spy.
Parsons' only defense really is that, well, he made a mistake. He didn't realize it was such a bad thing, and one can believe him. He wasn't really the sort of character who would get involved with espionage.
I really don't believe that he believed that he was doing anything wrong.
But Howard Hughes and the US government don't see it that way.
He's immediately investigated by the FBI once more, and this time, he's not getting his security clearance back.
It's the final strike against Jack Parsons, and another mortal enemy is added to the list.
Some people believe that Howard Hughes was so angry at what Parsons had done, leaking top secrets to the Israelis, that he had planned Parsons' assassination.
But a vengeful billionaire is not the only one with Jack Parsons in his sights. Branded a spy and officially unemployable in the US, the father of modern rocketry is now a loose cannon, loaded with national secrets.
In that era of the Cold War, there was a delicate balance of power existing in the world, and anything that could tip that balance one way or another could alter world history. And Jack Parsons' knowledge and expertise was just the thing that could tip that kind of balance.
The government did not know how to handle this. You could classify documents, but how do you classify what's in Jack Parsons' head? Since you couldn't stop him from giving this information to someone else, you would have to stop Jack Parsons, period.
There's a lot of conflicting ideas about Jack's death. He'd rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Either Israel wanted him dead, the United States wanted Jack Parsons dead, or there was a kind of mutual understanding that it's better for everybody if Jack Parsons was dead.
In the last months of his life, Jack Parsons' career hits rock bottom. Branded a traitor and a spy, he'll never work as a rocket scientist in America again.
This ruins his career professionally, but also personally, it's a devastating blow. But he still needs to live and he needs to get a job, but the only place he can actually work is working at a local explosives company, making special effects for Hollywood films. This was a significant come down for the father of modern rocketry.
His lavish lifestyle is long gone, and so is his magical mansion.
He was destitute. He'd moved into a little garage down the street from his original house on Orange Grove.
He needs to get out. He needs to go somewhere where he would be appreciated, where he could actually go back to work in his chosen profession. And his only hope would be to leave the country.
Parsons makes plans to go to Mexico, but it's not clear what he intends to do there.
Mexico City was now a hotbed of spies for pro-Nazi elements, pro-Soviet elements, and of course for Latin American movements. So you have a situation that was very volatile. For Parsons to suddenly appear in the midst of all of that, he would have been a target that was irresistible for these groups.
Parsons was just about to leave for Mexico. If you were out to get him, now would be the time to do it.
The US government would not have wanted Parsons to leave, and there was no legal way to stop him from doing that at this point. There was only the illegal way of making sure he would not leave the country alive.
As this police photo shows, on June 17th, Jack Parsons is packed and ready to leave the United States.
So everything is set up. They're loading the car. They're going to drive down. They're ready to leave that day.
He had received a call from the chemical company that he was working for that they had a last-minute order for a load of pyrotechnics.
Some theorized the call was a trick, designed to delay Parsons' departure to Mexico long enough for his enemies to strike.
There were a lot of explosives already there. It was the ideal place. If you wanted to get rid of Jack Parsons, that was the place to do it.
Parsons is rushing to finish the work before he leaves. He's mixing chemicals in his home laboratory, where he also keeps explosive supplies.
Parsons had open vials of chemicals everywhere. He was known to have barrels of open gunpowder on his back porch. He had all this stuff just laying out.
It's an accident waiting to happen, but also the perfect setting for a secret assassination.
From what we can make out of it, he was working in a very slapdash way, mixing a very explosive chemical in an old coffee can, and this desperately trying to get this ready before he left.
But did he really drop that coffee can by accident, causing an explosion? Or did the explosion come from a hidden source? 65 years later, Tom Thurman has recreated Parsons' lab in an effort to find out. To replicate the original 1952 explosion, he'll detonate 2 pounds of dynamite in a coffee can on the floor. Will it cause similar damage to the lab and to the mannequin standing in for Jack Parsons?
Charging! Charged! Here we go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In 1952, famed American rocket engineer Jack Parsons lies in the rubble of his exploded laboratory.
His legs have been, if not blasted off, they've been smashed basically to smithereens.
Within minutes, the godfather of American rocketry is dead. But is his death an accident, suicide, or assassination? Post-blast investigator Tom Thurman has set off a similar-sized explosion in a replica of Parsons' lab. His goal is to see if the damage fits the original LAPD conclusion that Parsons' death was an accident.
Look at this hole. Look at our hole here. Joist right here, exactly. And the size of it, it's exactly what we've got here. It's basically 2 by 2 feet.
The damage to the mannequin also matches Parsons' injuries almost exactly.
Oh, wow, look at the leg.
Right leg, just as he was positioned right beside the hole. We've got arm, his right arm, off.
His leg, I'm gonna pull it out. Shattered. And look at the fragmentation holes in here. From the coffee can. Check the pants.
Damage.
Remember in the reports on how his legs were broken in many, many places? This is exactly what would happen and what it would look like. I think the leg and the pants tell the story.
The damage shows the blast did originate from floor level. But what caused the explosion? Some believe Parsons was at rock bottom in his career and deliberately blew himself up. The theory?
Jack Parsons wanted to commit suicide. He had an explosive, dropped it on the floor, and it detonated, ultimately killing him. I find that very, very unlikely. From what I've seen in the explosion, there would be other ways to absolutely ensure that he was killed instantly. I believe that Jack Parsons knew more about explosives than using this to kill himself.
Another theory suggests that with so many enemies, and as the keeper of dangerous knowledge, Jack Parsons was assassinated by a bomb planted underneath the floor.
Was he killed by the American government? Was he killed by Earl Kennett? Was he killed by the Israeli government?
Scrutiny of the original scene photos and the replicated blast site indicate the answer was no.
The scene does not tell me that the explosion came from under the floor. It tells me that the explosion came on top of the floor.
Looking at this photograph, it's evident to me that the explosion was on the floor and punched down through the floor.
We've done the same thing here, where we've got pieces of the floor that's pointing down and toward the crater, and we've replicated this crater here that's in the photograph.
It's almost a perfect match.
I agree. It was not a suicide. It was not an assassination. It was an accident. And our tests have proved it.
Tom Thurman now believes Jack Parsons made a simple but deadly mistake.
It's my opinion that Jack Parsons had nitroglycerin on the workbench and accidentally knocked it off. When it hit the floor, it detonated. In my mind, case solved, it's an accident.
But not everyone is convinced. There's every chance Jack Parsons was murdered in a way that would make it appear accidental.
There's a lot of avenues that have not been totally explored because the documents are still held as classified, or they just simply haven't been released. So I think there's more coming, and I think we will know more about Jack Parsons. And I think that's going to lead us to understand that perhaps Parsons was assassinated to keep him from leaving the United States.
Jack Parsons is remembered today as a flawed genius.
This is why we still think about him, because he was himself as volatile as the chemicals he worked with.
A man who tried to walk in two worlds, magic and science, and ended up with a place in neither.
Because of his kind of eccentric private life, nobody wants to admit that the space program in the United States all depends on this crazy, eccentric occultist.
Jack Parsons died before his lifelong dream of space travel became a reality. But in 1972, he was immortalized when a lunar crater was named after him. Appropriately, it's on the dark side of the moon. A brilliant engineer dreams of conquering space with the biggest gun ever built.
It would have been over 500 feet long, 2 football fields end to end.
But to bring his supergun to life, he must make a deal with the devil.
Saddam Hussein was known for turning on his allies.
And when his work becomes a global threat,
if you don't stop, they will take lethal action against you.
his ambition may lead to a deadly downfall.
I will prove I am the best.
On the evening of March 22, 1990, world-renowned ballistics scientist Dr. Gerald Boll returns home to his apartment in Brussels, Belgium. Safe at home, he lets his guard down, which turns out to be his last mistake.
He was walking in the corridor to his apartment when somebody stepped up behind him, fired a number of shots.
This is not the work of an amateur.
To guarantee a kill there, you do 2 bullets to the head. Then when check his pulse to see if he was dead, and he was.
He was killed instantly.
Belgian police rushed to the scene. it's immediately clear that robbery isn't the motive.
$20,000 that was on his body was left untouched.
No traces were left, no fingerprints were left.
The money and the lack of physical evidence point to just one conclusion: assassination.
It was a professional job.
I was told that he had been shot, and there's no words to describe that.
Bull's son, Michel, must break the news to his siblings and mom.
That was the really, really hard part, telling the rest of my family, my mom specifically. It was probably the most horrendous thing I've done in my life.
Bull's death sends shockwaves through the intelligence community. For the last 2 years, he's been under surveillance by agencies from around the world, gathering intel on his top-secret, highly dangerous project.
There was a major investigation across Europe and the United States. It involved CIA, MI6, French intelligence, Spanish intelligence. It was a major coordinated effort.
Bull has been working on a weapon capable of mass destruction. And his death sends intelligence agencies scrambling to find its location. After a frantic 2-week search, there's a breakthrough some 500 miles away in Teesport, England. Customs officers seize 8 huge steel tubes. According to the shipping manifest, they're pipes for the petroleum industry. But these are no ordinary oil pipes.
The segments were of such tight tolerances that it couldn't have been for a petrochemical project.
Their discovery is the missing piece to a diabolical puzzle. Bull has been secretly manufacturing components for his weapon in a network of locations across Europe. The parts are to be assembled into an intercontinental cannon of unprecedented power. A supergun nicknamed Big Babylon.
The Babylon gun would have weighed about 2,000 tons. It would have been over 500 feet long. It's 2 football fields end to end, and it would have been 40 inches, more than a yard in diameter. It's completely radical. There's never been any gun even remotely similar to this ever built.
This would have fired a projectile on the order of 500 pounds, the largest artillery projectile ever fired.
The most disturbing discovery is where these parts are headed: Iraq and its brutal dictator, Saddam Hussein. Finding the barrel sections before they are shipped has snatched the world's biggest gun out of his hands.
There was a major investigation taking place across Europe and the United States into how Iraq was getting the materials for the supergun. That resulted in the exposure of the whole network, in fact.
But the mystery of Gerald Bull's assassination remains. Working on a supergun for an Iraqi dictator could place Bull on any number of hit lists.
The Iranians could have been behind the assassination.
It could have been China.
Perhaps Saddam Hussein thought he could get along without Bull.
They could have been ex-SAS people.
He worked for an enemy of the State of Israel.
There could be many people who would want him dead.
Whoever killed Bull, one thing is certain.
His science was directly linked to his death.
The 1950s, the dawn of the Cold War. It's also one of the most exciting periods in engineering history.
Time to think and to try.
And working right at the heart of this new frontier is young aerodynamicist Gerald Bull.
He was an engineer, a problem solver, able to flip over an envelope and do a quick calculation that people on computers might spend months trying to solve.
Soviet and Western scientists are locked in a race to outdo each other, fighting to be at the cutting edge of supersonics, missile technology, and space.
Problems of supersonic flight, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, these were the most pressing problems for the Cold War and the nascent space age. You know, these things were do or die, you know.
Born in Canada, Bull is working for the country's armament and research establishment on Project Velvet Glove, a supersonic missile designed to bring down enemy aircraft. Seen here, being typically hands-on, Bull gains a reputation for his unique approach to problem solving.
In many respects, Bull was the original MacGyver. He was able to take things that other people had seen as straightforward science, straightforward technology, spin it in different ways and come up with a different solution, a radically different solution.
For Bull, it's the beginning of a lifelong love affair with guns and how they might be used for scientific research. His expertise becomes crucial in 1957 when the Soviet Union takes the lead in the space race, launching a satellite into Earth's orbit, Sputnik.
One of the great scientific feats of the age.
America is falling behind. Whoever owns space could conquer the world.
Destined for a target within our borders.
Space becomes the new frontier of war. Satellites go about in space and have things on them that can threaten Earth.
By the end of the 1950s, Bull has developed a radical idea that will shape the course of his future. An alternative to expensive rocket launches. He envisions a super howitzer that could fire satellites into space straight from the barrel of a gun. It's a technology that could launch the US into the lead in the space race.
He was imagining 5 foot wide bore on the gun, absolutely enormous. He felt that there was really no limit to what could be achieved.
Gerald Bull dreams of the biggest gun the world has ever seen. Maybe even taller than the Empire State Building. Bull only intends to use the gun to launch payloads into space. But it soon becomes clear that much more dangerous cargo could be deployed from the gun.
What Bull was really doing was pushing the envelope of what was possible scientifically. He didn't see himself particularly as a warfare warrior. He saw himself as a space warrior.
But that's not how everybody sees his work.
It clearly had military objectives, a gigantic field artillery piece as its main mission.
This is what they've been waiting for. The deadline is 90 days.
In 1961, at the height of the Cold War, Gerald Bull is a brilliant Canadian scientist with a unique obsession. Using powerful guns for scientific research in the US space race.
3, 2, 1, fire command.
While the world fixates on the future, Bull draws inspiration from the past.
Geschütze schwerer und schwerster Kaliber.
An extreme-range howitzer developed by the Germans during World War I, known as the Paris gun.
The Paris gun had a range about 10 times that of most other field guns.
It was wider, it carried a huge explosive charge, and a large shell.
It's an artillery innovation that has the Allies reeling when it shells Paris in 1918 from a range of 74 miles.
At this stage of the war, it was very unexpected that artillery rounds would start exploding in the streets of Paris.
It gives Bull an idea.
If the Germans had been able to do a range of 74 miles, why couldn't he do a range of 2,000 miles? What about 5,000 miles?
But unlike the German innovators, Bull isn't focusing on the military application of such a gun. He wants to launch a satellite into orbit.
Bull's idea was that you could take a howitzer or an artillery piece, expand it enormously, make it much longer, put in an enormous propellant charge, and send a payload into a low Earth orbit.
The savings would be enormous. From what would be $200,000 in today's money, down to under $10,000 per launch.
Up until that point, everyone's idea of launching satellites was simply to use a very large rocket. So Bull had a very unique concept.
Here's a model of the Martlet space shuttle in Barbados.
After much lobbying from Gerald Bull, in March of 1962, the United States and Canada's Departments of Defense joined forces to develop his supergun in a program called HARP, High Altitude Research Project.
HARP was designed primarily for space research, the flight of missiles, the use of radar penetrating through the upper atmosphere, whether you could in fact use guns to fire projectiles into space.
The U.S. Army donates 2 rundown 410mm Navy guns from 1922 and transports them to Barbados, where HARP is to be based. Now, Bull is able to focus on his greatest engineering challenge yet.
He would need to use a lot of gunpowder to launch a heavy projectile, and if all that gunpowder went off at once, the reservoir or the breech of the gun would just explode.
It's not just the gun that needs some rethinking, but the projectiles themselves.
Projectiles that were launched under Project HARP would experience tens of thousands of times the normal acceleration you experience due to the Earth's gravity. So this would destroy a human being or any delicate instrument.
True to form, Bull has a radically simple solution. Extend the length of the barrel. A long barrel has 2 advantages. It has a greater distance for acceleration, which reduces G-force on the projectile.
You wanted to lower the load on the projectile, but still reach a very high speed.
So Bull welds his 2 barrels together to create a giant 135-foot-long howitzer. It's christened Betsy, the biggest gun in history. And Bull points it towards the sky. On January 20th, 1963, Betsy fires her first test. A wooden projectile that reaches nearly 2 miles into the sky.
Dr. Bull, you've been working for this day for 2 years. How do you feel now?
Well, we feel pretty good after that shot.
But the following day is the real event, launching one of Bull's custom-designed projectiles. It reaches a height of 16 miles, and it's just the beginning.
The projectiles that were launched under Project HARP looked more like rockets than they did military shells. Some of them had fins that were designed to deploy to keep them stable in flight. They were instrumented scientific payloads that could survive launch and actually send data back as they were flying out of the Earth's atmosphere.
Bull knows he can launch a working satellite without damaging it. With each launch, Bull is racing farther into the ionosphere, passing milestones at breakneck pace. Bull's son, Michel, then 9 years old, remembers it well.
The firings were so impressive because you would hear the countdown and then you'd see the flame. And a couple of seconds later, you would hear the bang, and then that's a second jolt.
For the next 3 years, Bull relentlessly tests, refines, and redesigns his missiles. By November 18th, 1966, Bull's Martlet II projectile reaches 111 miles. But reaching space isn't enough. Bull wants to go 10 times farther and put rocket-assisted projectiles into orbit, all from the barrel of a gun.
What Bull imagined was having a gun that instead of being 30 feet long was 300 feet long, or even 500 or even 1,500 feet long.
But big ambitions come with big risks. And Bull's obsession is leading him to dangerous new territory.
We were crossing a line because the supergun will always be seen as weaponry.
Gerald Bull's Project HARP for the US and Canada succeeds in reaching space. But he wants to go even further by putting a projectile into orbit. Yet, on the heels of Bull's triumph comes unwelcome change. As NASA's rocket technology leaps ahead with the Gemini and Apollo programs, Bull's guns are being left behind.
The space program more widely was successful. Bull was very much on the margins.
In June 1967, Project HARP loses funding. The plug is pulled without ever achieving Bull's dream of reaching orbital space. Bull is devastated.
My father was obsessed, so anything to stop his program would upset him terribly. But really, my father never left the idea.
Bull feels abandoned by the American and Canadian governments, and he becomes more determined to find another way to fund his vision, no matter what or how long it takes.
Like a lot of brilliant people, it's the ego that drives them forward. I will prove I am the best, and that was very much him.
Bull ships the remains of Project HARP to his lab at Highwater, a compound straddling the border of the US and Canada.
He had no money, nowhere to go, but he had an opportunity, he had ideas for making a better artillery system.
But Bull must now look beyond North America for funding. He begins working with Iran, Taiwan, Vietnam, and Israel, eventually signing deals with over 30 countries, developing their military capabilities as an international Mr. Fix-It.
He continued his research into artillery, and he was also a freelance artillery consultant.
Money is flowing in from America's friends and enemies. And Bull sees an even better business opportunity, putting his expertise on long-barrel guns to work. He builds a formidable, mobile, long-range artillery gun, named the GC-45.
The GC-45 had a very long, very efficient gun barrel, and it had some unique ammunition which allowed it to fire to much longer ranges.
In 1976, Bull finds an eager buyer, the South African military. They're fighting communism in Angola with America's covert support. But during the apartheid era, there's an international arms embargo against South Africa. Bull can't legally sell them his GC-45s. So, he secretly sells them the blueprints and the shells to go with it.
What Bull was able to do was smuggle around 50,000 shells to South Africa.
It's an operation made easier when once again the US embraces Bull's technology. According to some, the CIA even helps broker the deal.
Bull was reassured that he was operating with the support of the US government, and if you're operating covertly, you can apparently get away with anything.
For 3 years, he successfully trades arms with South America and flies under the radar. Until a change in US foreign policy.
The focus shifted from fighting communism to fighting apartheid and human rights violations.
Suddenly, Bull finds himself in the U.S. government's crosshairs. In 1980, it makes an example out of Gerald Bull. He faces trial for illegal arms dealing.
He agreed to plead guilty to what he thought was a minor charge, but he was sent to jail.
He became a pariah in the U.S. and the Canadian government. Nobody would touch him, nobody would talk to him and whatnot.
Michel is 24 when his father Gerald is sentenced to 6 months in prison. While Bull is behind bars, his business collapses and his research facility Highwater is sold. With it goes his life's mission of creating a supergun.
When he came out of jail, he was very, very bitter against the U.S. and the Canadian government and everybody else. He was just bitter against the world.
Bull has become a U.S. citizen, but his future in America has been destroyed. With no money and no friends, he leaves for the one place he knows he can find work: the center of the international arms trade, Brussels.
It was, for me, very touching to see him alone, bitter, and just living out of suitcases. And I kind of felt, well, I have to go and help him out.
With his then 25-year-old son, Michel, by his side, Bull hopes to rebuild the space research company from the ground up. He just needs a big client. And in the 1980s, there's one man who's the biggest draw of all: Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein.
Saddam had grandiose ambitions, and so did Bull, so it was a marriage made in heaven, really.
I was concerned for sure. Did I actually believe that it would contribute to his death? No.
Embittered with America after being sent to prison, in 1981, Gerald Bull moves to Brussels, Belgium, the center of international arms trading. His dream of building a supergun that can send a payload to space seems further away from him than ever. He desperately needs funding to rebuild his weapons company. He re-enters the arms trade with his son Michel by his side.
Our first big contract in Europe was with China. It took a long while to negotiate. We would work 12 hours a day in the office, and that's what he did, 7 days a week for sure.
In the few hours he has to himself, Bull fixates on his life's work: his super howitzer capable of launching payloads into orbit.
So Bull always kept his dream of the space gun alive, and he would talk about it to anyone who would listen.
In 1985, after years of living in exile, Bull is invited back to the Pentagon to pitch his space gun.
He was still at that time bitter against the American government. And yet, being invited back to talk about his life work on Supergun was something very exciting for him.
But the meeting does not go as planned for Bull. The U.S. again rejects his project. And again, it appears he will never achieve his dream of bringing the supergun to life. Until in December 1987, he finds support in an unlikely corner of the world: Iraq.
The Iraqi government under Saddam Hussein was very interested in long-range artillery because they had been fighting a long war with Iran, and artillery was a central part of that conflict.
But Iran and Iraq are subjected to an international arms ban during the conflict. No deals can be done with Saddam until the fighting is over.
One of the things that I insisted on when I worked with my dad is it had to be legal. I did not want a repeat of the South African affair.
They can't sell guns to Iraq, but it's a chance to use Bull's engineering expertise in a whole new area.
They had huge development program. They had 11 dams slated to be built along the Tigris and the Euphrates, and we were going to be working in helping them in the engineering of all of that.
The Iraqis also want to launch a civilian space program, a first for the Arab world, and that catches Gerald Bull's attention. He travels to Iraq in January 1988 to discuss business opportunities. He's treated like royalty and is joined by his son.
My first visit to Iraq was quite eye-opening. Okay, we were extremely well received. They were very, very courteous to us. Clearly, the Iraqis held my dad in really, really high regards from a scientific perspective.
Bull sees an irresistible opportunity. Without Michel's knowledge, he pitches his space gun.
For Bull, here was a country that wanted to try to establish the ability to launch satellites into space, and this was his dream going back to the early 1960s. And finally, with the Iraqis, he found a receptive audience.
After years of being rejected, at last Bull is given the chance to fulfill his dream.
Iraq offered to fund his project, and, for him, that was the ultimate, prize.
Bull's lifelong vision of building a supergun is finally within reach. But signing this deal may seal his fate.
Basically, we're crossing a line.
In 1988, after years of rejection, ballistics expert 60-year-old Dr. Gerald Bull is finally offered the chance to fulfill his life's dream. Developing an immense howitzer capable of launching payloads into orbit. Detailed here in this previously classified CIA paper. Its nickname, Project Babylon.
Bull's idea for Project Babylon was to use a big gun as a reusable substitute for the first stage of a space rocket. The gun could be big and heavy, reliable, and if anything breaks, you just go out and fix it.
After America turns its back on him, his obsession has led him to deal with the only man willing to fund his project, Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein.
No Arab country had the ability to launch satellites, and this would have been an enormous coup for the Iraqis.
With the end of the Iran-Iraq War in 1988, the arms ban against Iraq is lifted. But increasingly, the Western world sees Saddam Hussein as a brutal dictator. And Michel is concerned his father has gone too far.
Why was I so adamant against it? Iraq had just come out of a very nasty war with Iran. It is a dictatorship, and so for a number of reasons, I felt that this was more prone to land us into problems. And eventually, I kind of said to my dad, well, I can't go on. I need to pull out.
His own son walks away. But Bull's obsession is too great to be stopped. With a small team of trusted scientists, Bull sets up a new company and begins building the gun he's been dreaming of.
The initial weapon to be developed was called Baby Babylon, and this had a caliber of 350 millimeters. The next stage would have been to develop two superguns with a caliber of 1,000 millimeters, and this would have been the largest artillery system ever built.
He sets out to create a history-making 500-foot barrel. Bull will need to connect 26 sections of pipe together. With so many points of weakness, the structural integrity of the barrel is at risk. So Bull uses his engineering genius to develop a new steel alloy 3 times stronger than construction steel. Now, the barrel can withstand twice the pressure. But it's not the last of his hurdles.
he also had to develop the projectiles. And given the limited facilities he had at his availability, this was a significant challenge.
He was working on conventional non-powered projectiles. He was also working on rocket-assisted projectiles. He was working on different types of payloads. He was working on different types of guidance systems.
In the remote Iraqi desert, the first stage of Project Babylon is secretly assembled. The Baby Babylon gun, weighing 113 tons, with a 150-foot long and 350-millimeter wide barrel. An immense construction, but still only a third of the size Bull wants to achieve. In May 1989, Baby Babylon begins testing. It's designed to launch a projectile over 460 miles.
They demonstrated with the smaller Baby Babylon gun that they could solve all of the technical hurdles needed to build the ultimate Project Babylon gun.
The wheels begin to turn on the next phase of the project. In factories across Europe, the parts to create his first Big Babylon gun roll into production. After being unable to get the U.S. to fund his huge howitzer, Bull is now on the verge of fulfilling his life's dream. But this time, it's for Saddam Hussein. And it's not the only lethal weapon Bull is developing for the Iraqi dictator. Along with Babylon, he is working on a secret project codenamed Project Bird.
The Iraqis approached Bull about an idea to combine several Scud missiles together to make a multi-stage launch vehicle they said would be for launching satellites.
It's proposed to Bull as part of Iraq's civilian space program. But they have a far more lethal use in mind, as an intercontinental missile system.
And that gave these missiles enough power to reach Israel.
But his work isn't as top secret as Bull thinks. Israel, in fact, suspects what he is attempting to build.
The Israelis were worried about the bunching of the Scud missiles. But I came clearly to tell them, this is what we believe you're doing. We don't want this done. If you do it, the Israeli government is gonna get real mad at you.
In March 1990, world-renowned artillery genius Dr. Gerald Bull is on the verge of building the biggest howitzer in history for Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein.
Maybe around 15% of the gun might have been in place. All the rest of it was component parts that were coming in from all over the world.
On March 22nd, Bull returns home in Belgium from another day working on Project Babylon. When a mystery gunman approaches him outside his apartment and shoots and kills him. A bullet from behind means he never knows what hit him. He dies, believing his dream of building a supergun is finally becoming a reality. This is no random murder. This is a textbook assassination.
A small caliber gun is used because it does two things. You don't hear it, and there's not a lot of splatter.
But who ordered the hit? To this day, it's a whodunit that haunts those close to Bull. And the possibilities are endless. Bull is taking lucrative arms deals away from UK companies, leading to speculation that his competitors took him out.
There was a CIA report that shows that it would be an assassination that was emanating from UK interest, not governmental, but UK companies.
Bull has had many business partners. In an industry with a dark underbelly, perhaps a disgruntled client wants revenge. Even his current employer is under suspicion.
Saddam Hussein was known for turning on his allies. Perhaps Saddam Hussein thought he could get along without Bull, eliminate Bull, and the secrets would never be told.
But why kill him before Big Babylon and the Scud missile proposal are built? Iraq has no shortage of enemies. Could one of them be to blame?
The Iranians would have had reason to be angry with Bull, who was now assisting their great rival Iraq to develop his artillery capabilities.
It was just 2 years after the war between Iran and Iraq, and the Iranians were working on reconstructing their economy, rebuilding their military, learning lessons from the war, and I don't think they were in the business of going after one single scientist who was helping Saddam Hussein.
For others, the manner in which Bull was killed points the blame at Israel's spy agency, the Mossad.
The guy that shot him in the head shot him twice. That's the MO for the Mossad.
He worked for an enemy of the State of Israel. He was trying to produce a lethal weapon that can be used against Israel.
But it may not be the supergun that most worries the Israelis.
The Israelis didn't believe that the supergun would work in any case. They weren't worried about that.
Large guns are totally fixed. You can't move them. You can't hide them. They can be taken out like that. Twist of a finger, and that's it.
But Bull's work on the Scud missile may have put him on Israel's radar and provided a motive to take him out. Former Israeli intelligence agent Ari Ben Menashe claims that in 1989, he's dispatched to Brussels to deliver a chilling warning to the weapon's genius.
I was working for the Israeli intelligence at the time. And I spoke to Bull and told him pretty openly that we knew everything that was going on. I told them the Israeli government, they're passing on a message to you. If you don't stop, they will take lethal action against you. I was very clear. I was told to be clear.
Michel Bull is skeptical that his father ever received that warning.
This is something that upsets me a lot because he was not a stupid man. He would have talked to us and we need to change something, we need to stop something or whatever. I don't think that he was ever warned.
If the hit really is ordered by Israel, it's possible they aren't the only ones who know about Bull's work for Iraq.
I think the Israelis killed Gerald Bull because they were afraid. But I would have thought that the Israelis would have had to take permission or at least notify the Americans of the problem.
And within hours of Bull's murder, the CIA hands the Belgian police a full dossier on him.
The fact that they supplied information in such a short time makes us wonder as to whether or not there was a U.S. role in his assassination. Whether it be from just acknowledging and quote-unquote authorizing it or whatever.
To this day, exactly who ordered Gerald Bull's death and why remains shrouded in mystery.
I still today, 27 years after his death, do not know who and why my father was killed. There's so many misdirection that it's just very, very hard to find out the truth, and I kind of made up our minds that we never will.
Whoever decided that Bull had to die, the connection to his supergun is no coincidence.
His dream of the gun led him to get involved with the Iraqis, and his involvement with the Iraqis is almost certainly what led to his death.
Gerald Bull dies at the age of 62 in the pursuit of his life's dream, brought down by his deadly obsession.
It was a sad end to what could have been a pretty amazing life.
Two brilliant scientists. Both traveled the globe to pursue a scientific dream. Neither would live to return home.
People are being killed, and it's being covered up by somebody of significant power.
A young American engineer is found dead in Singapore.
He was feeling a pressure to compromise U.S. national security.
His family suspects an international cover-up.
I know that my son did not commit suicide. I know that he was murdered.
Decades earlier, an evil dictator's bid for nuclear domination.
He wanted to be the strong man of the Middle East.
Sends a brilliant physicist on a fatal journey from Baghdad to Paris.
The man was bludgeoned to death.
Their expertise took them across the world, but may have cost them their lives.
If you wanted to scare other people, then you do it gruesome.
Singapore, the economic powerhouse on China's doorstep. Corruption is low, crime almost non-existent. It's internationally known as a pillar of law and order. But on June 24, 2012, Singapore is rocked by the sudden death of an American.
I dropped the phone and fell to the ground and just started to sob. My firstborn son is dead.
According to Singapore police, 31-year-old American electrical engineer Dr. Shane Todd has hanged himself. His family believes otherwise.
I know that my son did not commit suicide. I know that he was murdered.
After the death of their son, the Todds allege a deadly conspiracy. At its center, a sinister plot to obtain military-related technology.
I believe the science that he was doing is definitely involved in his death.
After graduating from the University of Florida with a degree in electrical engineering, Shane Todd goes on to earn a PhD from the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2010. His future prospects are bright.
He would strive to do his best at anything he was put before him. He was very driven.
Shane moves to Singapore in December 2010 to take a job at IME, the Singapore government-funded Institute of Microelectronics.
An excellent and auspicious way to start a career, where you get to kind of think about really futuristic science and its applications for commercial research.
Within a few months, Dr. Todd's chosen to lead IME's first venture into an emerging and tightly controlled new technology, gallium nitride, also known as GaN, a high-powered semiconductor set to replace traditional silicon in electronics and telecommunications.
Gallium nitride is much like silicon, except on steroids. Its chief virtue is that it can be operated at much higher powers than silicon devices can.
Powered by American innovation, in 2011, GaN is fast becoming a billion-dollar industry that the rest of the world wants in on, including Singapore.
Shane was working on transferring a technology that would allow IME to be able to make high-power transistors using gallium nitride.
They were very interested in Shane. Shane was just a very valuable asset to them.
Gallium nitride has hundreds of potential uses in commercial appliances. But it's also the secret ingredient in America's defense arsenal of the future. GaN-powered chips extend the range of existing radar by 50% and can search up to 5 times larger volume.
You can see things farther away. You can search more precisely. You can tell with more detail what kind of missile is coming in at you.
It's a game-changing technology that America's rivals are eager to get their hands on. And America is just as determined to stop them.
If the Russians were to develop something that has high-power radar, suddenly they can see our invisible planes.
We definitely don't want to do anything that would aid potential adversaries in acquiring this technology.
Strict American export controls are in place to keep military GaN technology out of the hands of foreign powers like Russia, North Korea, and the growing superpower, China.
China has a huge interest in GAN research.
China is so much has stated that they'll buy technology to become a powerhouse in semiconductor technology, and if they can't buy it, I think we can all assume that they will steal it.
A 2014 U.S. Defense Department report backs that up, stating that China is known to use illicit approaches to violate U.S. law in obtaining controlled technologies. IME's partner in Shane Todd's GAN project is a telecommunications company based in China.
He was concerned that the true intent was to get it to the Chinese government.
In January 2012, Shane travels to New Jersey as part of his work for IME. He is to supervise the purchase of a GAN wafer processing unit and undergo highly specialized training for its use.
They wanted Shane to go to New Jersey to get skills on the equipment that is used to grow gallium nitride on silicon.
It's a bit like cooking a recipe. Once you have the chemical formula, you need to cook it, like your grandmother in a kitchen.
But according to Shane's family, the advanced GAN recipes were to be passed on to Shane in a surprising manner.
He actually told his brother they were going to leave the room and leave the recipe notes on the table for them to copy. And his brother said, well, that sounds a little shady. And Shane goes, yeah, I know, but I guess that's the way they do it.
After his trip to New Jersey, his parents say Shane arrives back in Singapore with a growing sense of unease.
He felt that he was being asked to compromise U.S. security, and every single time we talked, he would say, Mom, I'm worried about my life. I'm afraid that I'm not going to come home alive.
And I said, Shane, if you truly believe that, you really need to come home right now.
In March 2012, Shane reaches something of a breaking point with IME and tells the Research Institute that he's giving 60 days notice.
In April 2012, Shane makes a single visit to a Singapore psychiatrist, complaining of work-related stress and anxiety. He's prescribed antidepressants, but it's not known if he actually takes them. His mother doesn't believe he was clinically depressed in Singapore. She later questions the psychiatrist about Shane's visit.
He told me out of all of his patients, Shane would be the least likely to commit suicide.
By May, Shane has secured a new job back in the States and books his flight home for July 1st. As the date draws closer, his parents say he worries his life is in danger.
He started to get even more anxious and saying, they're threatening my life.
Shane told me that we would be in touch every week, and if he did not call me, I was to email him immediately, and if he didn't call back, I was to call the American embassy and to report something was wrong. I just assured him, Shane, you're going to be fine. You're coming home.
On Sunday, June 24th, a week before his flight home, Shane's Singapore-based girlfriend visits his apartment after she hasn't heard from him in 3 days.
His front door was open, and she walked in, the lights were out, and found Shane hanging from his bathroom door.
She contacts his parents.
She was just screaming from the depths of her soul. I couldn't understand what she was saying, and finally I made out the words, Shane hung himself.
The Todds are on the first flight available to Singapore. They say their initial meeting with Singapore police leaves them stunned.
He says, do you want to hear how your son killed himself? We said, yes.
He went on to read, as if from a spy novel, a very detailed description of Shane hanging himself, that he built an apparatus with bolts and ropes and pulleys, and he told us where the toilet was and how he took the rope and put it around and then slung it over the door and hung this thing on his neck and jumped to his death.
Police then present the family with 5 typewritten suicide notes. They say were retrieved from Shane's computer.
We sat and read the suicide notes, and I knew from the moment I read the first paragraph that my son did not write those notes.
Shane's communications to his family are normally very personal. By contrast, the letters presented as suicide notes seem cold and detached. The family heads to Shane's apartment, hoping a first-hand look at the scene will make sense of a suicide that simply isn't adding up.
When Shane Todd's family then enters the apartment, there was no evidence that any of it took place the way the Singaporean police had told them.
There's no bolts, there's no ropes, there's no pulleys, and there were no holes in the marble walls. We put our hands on the walls to see if we could find anything.
For the family to go into that apartment and realize none of that was true, it raised natural suspicions.
Singapore police will later deny they ever described that Shane used bolts and pulleys to hang himself. While packing up their son's belongings, Mary and Rick Todd say they find what they believe is a desktop speaker. It's only when they return to the US, Rick realizes it's Shane's external hard drive.
He plugged it in, and sure enough, all of Shane's files came up.
And I go, this is huge. This is huge.
The Todds recruit forensic computer analyst Ashraf Massoud, a 10-year veteran of criminal investigations. On Dr. Todd's hard drive, he finds a chilling clue.
I saw that one file in particular was created on the 27th of June. That's 3 days after Shane was discovered dead in his apartment.
When Dr. Shane Todd is found dead in Singapore in 2012, his parents immediately suspect foul play. They say he was uneasy about his work with gallium nitride, a cutting-edge semiconductor with military applications. The Todds begin a search for answers, starting with forensic computer analysis of his external hard drive.
We were so concerned that it was that valuable and important, we fly it down to a forensic specialist in Southern California that very day.
Computer forensic investigator Ashraf Massoud discovers that on Shane Todd's last day at work, he copies multiple work files onto the external drive. Massoud homes in on one file in particular.
I found what I call a shadow file, but it's technically a temporary file. A corresponding temporary file is also opened and created. As a result of finding that temporary file, I can confirm that this PowerPoint was opened and viewed on the 27th, 3 days after Shane was found dead.
Well, I was shocked, and amazed, and then we knew whatever was accessed had to be a very important file.
The file is Shane Todd's proposal for his employer's development of a GaN amplifier for the Chinese telecommunications company. To better understand its significance, the Todds consult Steve Hootner, chief engineer at Nuvotronics Incorporated, where Shane was to start working upon his return to the US.
We hired him, and then we waited for him to arrive. Next thing we know was parents called up and said, Shane's not coming, Shane's dead.
Hootner reviews the proposal documents along with others on the hard drive. He discovers why Shane Todd may have been anxious about the deal between IME and the Chinese company.
Whoever he was working with at IME and the Chinese company seemed to be trying to skirt the United States export laws.
But IME and the Chinese company deny any attempt to skirt export laws. Other documents on the drive reveal in more detail the trip Shane made from Singapore to New Jersey in January 2012, including a copy of the export license for the $3 million device Shane purchased and signed for. It specifically states the equipment is only for commercial use, not for military application.
The export law at the time said that you could not export any technology that would provide over 60 watts of power.
But Hootner discovers the proposal document is asking Todd to deliver 150 watts.
When I saw the 150 watts, To me, it set off a red flag that this could be used for military purpose. They were trying to import a technology that has capabilities that we did not want to proliferate around the world.
Shane signed an agreement that this technology would not go to any foreign enemy countries. When he realized that he was being asked to give this formula, this whole machine and the training to a Chinese company, he knew that he would be breaking the law if he did that.
In 2012, American intelligence suspects devices made by this Chinese company could be used to spy for China. And as a result, the company is banned from supplying network infrastructure in America.
It has Chinese military roots. It just seems to me it's a branch of Chinese industrial complex.
Shane's parents say when he arrived back at IME in Singapore after the trip to New Jersey, he began considering quitting his job. A list of pros and cons on the hard drive reveal his possible concern at violating export laws.
Shane's family reports that he was feeling a tremendous amount of pressure to essentially compromise U.S. national security.
He was a man of integrity. His father raised him to be a man of his word, and you could depend on Shane.
By June 2012, Shane has resigned from IME and is preparing to return to the United States. His bags are being packed. His plane ticket is booked. But does Dr. Shane Todd know too much? Is his supposed suicide actually the work of professional assassins?
I think people were nervous as to what he potentially could expose about what was going on. I think there was a big cover-up regarding the death of Shane.
An external hard drive found in Dr. Shane Todd's Singapore apartment provides potentially explosive evidence about his death. Documents on the drive suggest Dr. Todd may have been pressured to share highly sensitive military-grade technology with a Chinese company.
Shane Todd's knowledge of gallium nitride and its manufacture were vital information that the Chinese government was trying to obtain.
He was not going to play ball with them to export the equipment, so I guess they decided that, game over.
The official autopsy shows no signs of foul play, although the Todds disagree, believing some marks on Shane's body are possible defensive wounds. They also dispute the authenticity of the 5 suicide notes found on Shane's computer.
He started out by thanking IME, the company that he worked for giving him every opportunity to succeed. Now, he hated that company. He had quit and he was leaving. But then it got more ridiculous.
In one suicide note, Shane thanks his parents for the memories they've made together. But one in particular raises a red flag.
There was one memory on the suicide notes about drinking Shirley Temples on the beach. That memory never happened.
The family sends the suicide notes to criminologist Dr. David Camp for linguistic analysis.
Shane was a PhD and had a very good ability in using words. Whoever wrote this is about 4 grade levels below what Shane typically wrote at.
Dr. Camp analyzes multiple samples of Shane Todd's writing to get a statistical average for his use of words and sentences.
What you get is a baseline pattern of what's normal for this person. And I compared those statistics to the document that's supposedly his suicide notes. What I found was the suicide notes did not match up at all with his normal writing. The difference was so significantly large. I'm 100% sure Dr. Todd did not write these suicide notes.
If Dr. Camp is right, could it mean Shane Todd's suicide is faked too?
Certainly to commit a homicide and stage it to look like a suicide would require a very professional team.
But the Todds and their supporters say mishandling of the crime scene made a thorough investigation of the murder theory impossible.
Things were not properly bagged, gloves were not properly used, no fingerprints were ever taken.
It was either incompetence of the crime scene people at the scene of Shane's death, or it was deliberate misapplication of forensic science to cover up what might have been a homicide.
Singapore takes things like this very, very seriously, and they have some of the finest DNA and forensic capabilities literally anywhere on Earth. The fact that there were no fingerprints ever taken, or the fact that the DNA was never tested and run through a database, to me is shocking. Nothing less than shocking.
But a year after Shane's death, the Todds believe the full story is about to emerge at last.
The U.S. Embassy requested and demanded, I believe, that a more full and detailed inquiry take place.
But instead of answers, Rick and Mary Todd say all they got was more conspiracy.
They said it was going to be a discovery. We realized they don't want it. They don't want to know the truth.
In 2013, the Singapore government agrees to launch an investigation into the death of American Shane Todd in Singapore.
They said it was going to be a discovery. They were trying to get to the truth. And it became blatant that's not what they were trying to do at all.
They set out to prove a case and to prove that Shane had killed himself.
After 7 days of testimony, the Todds do something that shocks the court.
We walked out. We realized that they were not allowing us to submit evidence that our son was murdered.
We realized they don't want it. They don't want to know the truth.
On July 8, 2013, the coroner's findings are released in a detailed 150-page report. It concludes beyond reasonable doubt that Shane Todd committed suicide and that there is no indication of foul play. To support the finding, the report cites evidence that Shane had been prescribed antidepressants 2 months before he died, and that he'd apparently used his laptop computer to research suicide methods.
I believe it's much more plausible to say that Shane was killed and then they used his computer to do the searching regarding suicide.
It appears to me that this is an elaborate and large cover-up from the highest level.
People are being killed, and it's been covered up by somebody of significant power. And in this case, it seems to be likely that it's a government.
Dr. Todd's parents and their supporters believe the evidence on the hard drive is only the tip of the iceberg, and that a wider conspiracy about their son's murder still awaits discovery.
I am trying to reconcile how the Singapore government is involved. They've lied to us so much, it makes me think that they are complicit. I'm just trying to reconcile it. I don't know how to put that together.
To bring awareness to her son's case, Mary Todd wrote a book detailing their fight for answers, titled Hard Drive. She continues to lobby the U.S. government to investigate what she sees as the murder of a patriotic American on foreign soil.
I don't know if the truth will come out, but my hope is that we will help other people to realize how serious the illegal transfer of technology to foreign enemy countries is.
I just can't imagine how difficult it must be for Rick and Mary, but I think what is important is that we have not yet seen the truth. The truth is out there. It is attainable, and the fact that we don't know it at this point continues to trouble me greatly.
Defense technology can be a deadly field. And in France, 30 years earlier, a very different scientist becomes a target. Paris, June 14th, 1980. Inside the plush Le Méridien Hotel, a brutal crime has occurred.
This was a bloody scene. The man was bludgeoned to death.
The victim is an Egyptian scientist, Yahya El-Mashad.
El-Mashad's murder was gruesome.
Cash in his wallet is untouched. The only possible clue to the killer, lipstick left on a bath towel.
looks like a crime of passion.
But the case takes on a new dimension when French police discover El Mashhad is an elite nuclear scientist who works for ruthless dictator and America's future arch-nemesis, Saddam Hussein.
Working on Saddam Hussein's nuclear program was one of the most dangerous jobs in the world.
In the late 1970s, Saddam Hussein is Iraq's absolute ruler, with dreams of becoming leader of the entire Arab world.
Saddam would describe himself as the modern-day Saladin, who could unite the Arab world in blessed wars.
To achieve his goal, Saddam craves a nuclear capability. He claims his intentions are peaceful, to harness nuclear power for energy and medical purposes. But his enemies, such as Israel, don't believe him.
Saddam Hussein at the time had decided to build a nuclear program in order to be able to create nuclear weapons to put him in a leadership position in the Middle East. Having nuclear weapons guarantees your leadership.
But Iraq needs outside help to kickstart their nuclear program. And in the midst of the 1970s oil shortage, Saddam holds a powerful bargaining chip: oil. In 1976, France comes to the table. Saddam will supply them with oil if they sell him nuclear reactors.
France wanted to have a secure source of oil. That's what Iraq represented. And the French were willing to deal with Saddam. He had to say that his nuclear program was only for peaceful purposes, and France was willing to accept those assurances.
The French agreed to supply Saddam with nuclear technology, including reactors and high-grade uranium fuel. The justification for high-grade uranium is that it's needed for medical radiology. But as he tours a French nuclear facility, he is missing a crucial piece of the puzzle: nuclear scientists.
Saddam was starting from scratch. Really, Baghdad had nothing at all when it came to nuclear know-how.
The task of assembling Saddam's nuclear dream team falls to Imad Kaduri.
I'm a nuclear scientist, Iraqi nuclear scientist.
For 30 years, Kaduri was a leading figure in Iraq's nuclear program. Eventually, in 1997, he would flee Saddam's regime, seeking refuge for his family in the United States. But in the mid-70s, he's tasked with turning Saddam's nuclear ambition into reality, and he's handsomely rewarded.
We as scientists, we're given privileges. We have very high salaries, the best at Iraq at the time.
In 1977, Kaduri discovers a brilliant Egyptian physicist, Yahya El-Mashhad, on sabbatical at Baghdad University of Technology.
I was impressed with El-Mashhad immensely. He was so bountiful of ideas and science.
El-Mashhad obviously was outstanding. He excelled.
Kaduri wants to recruit El-Mashhad, but he's got stiff competition from other countries.
El-Mashhad was very highly prized, and that he was approached by the Israelis to work with them, and he refused.
America might also be interested in El-Mashhad, but he tells Kaduri he doesn't want his family growing up in Western influence.
And he said, Iraq is a Muslim country and is doing good work, and I can fit in this work. And the day after that, he was appointed the highest salary, even higher than the minister in Iraq.
With El-Mashhad on board, Kaduri's team begins work on the complex equations that will be required to operate the French nuclear reactors, so-called neutron transport codes.
The Iraqi scientists created a computer code to calculate the burnup inside the reactor, that is, turning a peaceful program into a weapons program.
Although the code is used mostly for weapons production, Kaduri claims they worked on them only as a scientific challenge.
Nobody told us to do it. It was just scientific curiosity. At the time, it was 100% peaceful.
Now, they want to check if their calculations are correct. For this, they'll need long-lost nuclear research supplied 20 years earlier by American President Eisenhower, when Iraq was still an ally.
The United States had given Iraq a present in 1956, a whole library on nuclear subject matter. So I had a hunch. I began digging, where is this library? What happened to it? And I ended up in a room in the top of the library building, and there was a chest there with about 5 centimeters of dust. When I opened it, the Manhattan Project document reports were in that chest.
Now Kaduri is able to check El-Mashad's codes against the Americans' formulas. He finds out El-Mashad has precisely matched the codes used to produce the Nagasaki and Hiroshima atomic bombs. El-Mashad's breakthrough takes Saddam a critical step closer to a nuclear weapon. El-Mashad quickly rises to the top of the Iraq nuclear program, overseeing the French deal to provide nuclear infrastructure.
Al-Mashad, as head of the program, supervised the deal with the French, bringing in all the parts, the construction crews. He now became, in effect, an executive of a construction project for one of Saddam Hussein's dreams, a nuclear Iraq.
The final deal brokered by El-Mashad includes 2 reactors and 205 pounds of 93% enriched uranium. With Al-Mashad's know-how, Saddam will have everything he needs to build a bomb.
The 2 reactor cores were about to be shipped by France to Iraq from Toulon in southern France.
But on April 6, 1979, there's a major setback to Saddam's plans.
Men were able to break into that facility in Toulon, locate the reactor cores that were destined for Iraq, put explosives on them, and destroy both of them.
In April 1979, Iraq's top nuclear engineers, Dr. Imad Kaduri and Dr. Yahya El-Mashad, are awaiting delivery of 2 nuclear reactors from France. But before they can be shipped, masked men destroy Saddam's precious package.
They blew up the reactor core while it was being shipped in a port in the south of France.
The attackers have expert knowledge of nuclear reactors. They're able to target the most crucial area, known as the beehive.
The beehive section of the reactor, or the core of the reactor, is where the fission reaction takes place, where the fuel is held. And so damaging that section means damaging the heart of the reactor.
The saboteurs leave no clues. But previously classified CIA documents suggest Israel, highly concerned about Saddam's nuclear weapons ambitions, is the most likely perpetrator.
Israel approached France, not once, many times, begged France, please don't sell the nuclear reactor.
And according to some intelligence insiders, when France refuses to listen, the Israeli intelligence agency, Mossad, decides to act.
The decision was made to demolish them before they were shipped to Iraq.
If the saboteurs hope the attack will derail Saddam's plans, they're soon disappointed.
The French offered to manufacture new reactor cores and deliver them to Iraq quite quickly. The program was delayed for a few months, but the Mossad had hoped that it would be a few years. They had to think of other ways to hit the Iraqi program.
Mossad apparently switches from targeting Saddam's nuclear hardware to targeting his nuclear scientists. At the top of the list, Yahya El-Mashad. By the beginning of 1980, Saddam has already assembled the rebuilt reactor in Baghdad. Now, all he needs is the weapons-grade 93% enriched uranium-235, which France has promised to deliver.
When we mine uranium from the earth, the uranium-235 content is very low, below 1%. For a weapon, we need that percentage to be much higher, upwards of 90%. This process is very complex and requires a lot of know-how, technology, and a lot of time as well.
Know-how, technology, and time that Iraq does not have. So it's a disaster for Saddam when France succumbs to international pressure and supplies him with a lower enriched fuel called caramel.
Caramel is a nuclear fuel where uranium-235 is enriched to 7.5%. This is higher than typical reactor-grade fuel. However, it's much lower than what is needed for a weapons program.
In military terms, Saddam's reactors are rendered useless. Frustrated and furious, he decides to send a personal envoy to Paris to force the French to honor their promise. He chooses El-Mashhad.
Dr. al-Mashhad, being such a knowledgeable scientist, was sent by the Iraqi government to negotiate with the French. We insisted on the 93%.
In June 1980, Yahya El-Mashhad arrives in Paris and checks into the Le Méridien Hotel. Talks with the French are tough, but El-Mashhad stands his ground.
He actually succeeded in defeating the French request to lower the enrichment, that they should stick with the 93%.
On the night of June 14th, an exhausted El-Mashhad returns to the Le Méridien. But on his way into the hotel, a mysterious woman crosses his path.
A French lady tried to seduce him in the lobby of the hotel. Supposedly, she went up with him to his room.
At noon the next day, El-Mashhad is found dead.
If you wanted to scare other people that are involved in a program, then you do it gruesome.
When Saddam Hussein's top nuclear scientist is murdered in Paris, suspicion falls on an unknown woman seen with him before he died.
The French police suspected that the prostitute had gotten angry at her client and had beaten him to death.
The woman is identified as Paris prostitute Marie-Claude Megal. When questioned by police, she claims she knows nothing about El-Mashhad's murder. Could she be an assassin working for Israeli Secret Service Mossad?
I am convinced it was the Israeli Mossad, although they don't say these things themselves.
But former Mossad officer Victor Ostrovsky has inside knowledge of the case. He believes Marie-Claude was bait for a trap laid by Mossad.
They tried to create a situation in which he would be blackmailed.
It's alleged that Mossad pays Marie-Claude Megal 5,000 francs to lure El-Mashhad.
They had him in a very uncomfortable situation with the hooker. They say, we are going to expose what just happened here. We have the means, we have the ways.
An alternative source says he refused the prostitute's advances. Either way, Mossad is unable to turn El-Mashhad or make him quit Iraq's nuclear program.
He made it very clear that he's not going to be blackmailed. And he's going to keep doing what he's doing. He was very adamant about it.
It's believed Mossad operatives then made a deadly decision.
He ought to be eliminated. Mossad killers bludgeoned him to death.
If you wanted to scare other people that are involved in a program, then you do it gruesome.
We went to the airport to see his body off, flown back to Baghdad, and I was crying. Bitterly.
Marie-Claude Megal, as the last person to see El-Mashhad alive, is the French investigators' only chance at solving the case. But before she can be interviewed again, she dies too.
So she was killed by a Mercedes car that veered in as somebody pushed her into the road, made it look like an accident. That was a field decision to take her out.
With her dies any chance to prove that El-Mashad's death was a Mossad hit.
Because she was a liability, because she knew the people that hired her and put her in together with Mishad, and it could be identified by her.
The only rule in a Mossad mission is that no one should get caught. Beyond that, there's no morality. The assassination is a way of striking at an enemy of Israel. You consider that person like a soldier. It's totally fine to kill that person.
No one is ever charged with El-Mashad's murder or for the death of Marie Claude.
But the Mossad many years later said privately, no, we didn't kill her. It's just a coincidence that she died.
The Mossad has admitted that it will deny any cause or any connection to anything that they're blamed of doing.
As far as the Israelis are concerned, this was a successful mission. El-Mashad was killed, the killers got away, and the Iraqi nuclear program was delayed.
But El-Mashad is quickly replaced, and the nuclear program is soon back on track.
It didn't stop us. It didn't make us afraid.
Within a year, the world is once again facing the prospect of a nuclear-armed Iraq.
The Israelis realized that the reactor was going to come online within a month or two.
So in June 1981, Israel strikes again at Saddam's nuclear program. And this time, its attack is open and aggressive. Fighter jets target Iraq's nuclear reactor on the outskirts of Baghdad.
And they dropped bombs exactly on the building where the French big reactor is and destroyed it.
Saddam's nuclear ambitions have taken another huge hit. And 10 years later, the Gulf War ends them completely. Nikola Tesla is one of the greatest scientific minds of all time.
Even more than the 20th century, he's responsible for the 21st century.
Pioneer of alternating current, remote control, and wireless power.
He wanted to distribute electrical power to all parts of the Earth.
But the circumstances of his death are highly suspicious.
Tesla might have been killed over his invention of the particle weapon.
Was Nikola Tesla murdered in a conspiracy to steal his death ray plans?
They picked the lock, opened the safe.
Or could he have been assassinated to stop enemy powers obtaining his devastating weapon?
Kill people, bring down machinery, bring down airplanes.
In the early 1930s, Adolf Hitler storms into power. His Nazi rhetoric appears certain to trigger a Second World War.
We had a rogue regime in Germany that was hell-bent on taking over the world.
It was pretty clear that war was on the horizon, and governments were interested in anything that could give them an edge in that war.
In New York City, one man thinks he has that edge. The key to the most devastating weapon ever devised. His name, Nikola Tesla.
He was a seer, a visionary.
The inventor of remote control.
The motors that we use today.
It's the wireless transmission of radio signals.
Electricity available 24/7, anywhere you live on the Earth.
Even more than the 20th century, he's responsible for the 21st century.
In 1934, after a lifetime of scientific discovery, Serbian-American Nikola Tesla announces his invention of a revolutionary particle beam weapon, the death ray.
Tesla was making very substantial claims about so-called teleforce rays that could bring down airplanes from thousands of miles away.
So powerful is the death ray, it could create an impenetrable shield around any nation possessing it, making war obsolete. His announcement raises headlines around the world, and in 1935, the concept secures a ready buyer, not in his adopted home, America, but in its emerging rival, the Soviet Union.
The Soviets gave him $25,000 for some preliminary details regarding the particle beam weapon.
The deal for the death ray concept is done in secret, but Tesla suspects he's being spied upon, and soon after, he's involved in a suspicious accident.
He was hit by taxi, and was it coincidence or not? It is possible that someone tried to assassinate, you know. He was followed at that time by the FBI, and he gave his project to the Soviet Union. So maybe for some people it seems very dangerous what he was doing, and he maybe someone wanted to eliminate him. Yeah, it's possible.
But Nikola Tesla survives, and in 1939, predictions of another war come true as Nazi Germany invades Poland. With World War II raging in 1943, from his home in a New York hotel, Tesla contacts a U.S. military general to ask for a meeting. He wants to share the secret of his death ray to help end the war.
Tesla was trying to involve the United States government and then any other government who would listen to him.
But the inventor never makes it to that meeting. Within days, on January 8, 1943, Nikola Tesla is found dead in his Manhattan hotel room.
He was a recluse, living alone in 2 rooms of the Hotel New Yorker.
The timing of his death is suspicious, and so is the fact that his hotel safe is ransacked and personal papers taken. Has iconic genius Nikola Tesla been killed to gain access to the deadly secret of his death ray? For decades, rumors and conspiracy theories swirl.
There are some theories that suggest that Tesla might have been killed over his invention of the particle weapon. And certainly there are a lot of people who suggest that Tesla's papers and notes for a particle beam weapon were stolen so that nefarious governments could work on them.
Now, recently released FBI files have revealed the identities of the men who raided the safe in the hours after Tesla's death. The mysterious group was led by Tesla's own nephew, Sava Kasanovic, who was a Yugoslav diplomat and not well liked by his uncle.
Kasanovic brings a group of people with him, as well as a locksmith. They pick the lock, open the safe.
Kasanovic is named in the FBI files as a possible communist. Knowing the Soviet Union already had the death ray plans, did Tesla's nephew and the group with him steal the plans to the death ray to keep them out of American hands?
Kasanovic is not an individual that the FBI and the U.S. government trusts. They don't know who he's going to side with at the end of the war.
There are also other powers who are desperate to obtain the death ray and might have a motive to kill Nikola Tesla for it. Top of the list, Nazi Germany.
The German government took death rays very seriously.
The Nazis probably would have been interested in the particle beam weapon as one of several devices that they could use to terrorize another population.
Another possible culprit, Tesla's home country, America. Could Tesla have been assassinated to prevent him selling the plans to U.S. enemies?
The U.S. was engaged in fighting Hitler and the Nazis and trying to take over the world. So a weapon such as a death ray being developed by Tesla, falling into the wrong hands, could have been devastating.
One day after Sava Kasanovic and his cohorts leave Tesla's room, the FBI and Office of Alien Property seize Tesla's remaining documents. Could they have stolen the plans so America could secretly develop their own death ray?
Something very fishy went on. He kept a small black book in which he recorded some of his more out there types of ideas about weapon systems to end all war. That went missing, as well as a lot of the other papers concerning the death ray.
During the Second World War, I'm sure that governments on both sides would have loved to have gotten their hands on Tesla's death ray, or at least the plans for one.
It's not just governments desperate to steal his death ray that may have a motive to harm Nikola Tesla. In his life as a visionary and eccentric inventor, he made and lost massive fortunes, associated with arms dealers and spies, and had bitter rivalries with some of the biggest names in American history.
The mere facts of Tesla's life and his death lends itself to all sorts of wild speculation.
In the midst of World War II, acclaimed inventor Nikola Tesla is found dead. His hotel safe is raided. Some believe he might have been killed, and his blueprint for a deadly weapon stolen.
The mere facts of Tesla's death lends itself very easily to all sorts of speculation.
Is Tesla's death linked to his lifelong obsession to create an electric superweapon called the death ray?
Tesla claimed that his death beam would be able to destroy an attacking enemy air fleet. He said that this would also be able to stop an enemy army, up to 1 million men.
Born during a lightning storm in 1856 in modern-day Croatia, Nikola Tesla's entire life would be shaped by electricity. As a student in his homeland, he dreams of using it to provide free energy to the world. But he realizes that can't happen using direct current, or DC. The method favored by American electricity pioneer Thomas Edison, who is currently lighting up New York.
Direct current is a type of current where the polarity never changes, so the current only flows in one direction. That's what you get out of a battery.
But because increasing its voltage was difficult, DC power couldn't be transmitted over large distances. So Tesla invents a motor that will use alternating current, or AC. And in 1884, travels from Europe to show it to his hero, Thomas Edison.
Alternating current allows us to change a voltage from one value to a much higher value. So we can use thin wires, which makes it economical to transmit power over very, very large distances.
But Edison is committed to his own DC system and dismisses Tesla's proposal. With this rejection, a lifelong rivalry begins. Tesla seeks out a different benefactor and finds Edison's competitor, George Westinghouse. With his backing, in 1888, Tesla unveils his induction AC motor, further fueling the bitter conflict between Edison and Tesla, which became known as the War of the Currents. Edison begins a dramatic smear campaign to paint AC power as a dangerous option.
Things like do demos where they would use alternating current to electrocute animals. They made sure that when New York State built the first electric chair, that it was with a Westinghouse electric motor. And look how dangerous this is.
For 5 years, America's electrical giants are locked in battle. The War of the Currents reaches its climax in 1893, when Tesla successfully uses his AC system to light up the World's Fair in Chicago.
It was something fantastic. People couldn't understand where this current is coming, how it's happened. It was magical.
Tesla and Westinghouse are hailed as heroes, while Edison is humbled. Next, they win an enormous contract to build the world's first large-scale hydroelectric power plant in Niagara Falls.
Here was a technology that was going to revolutionize people's daily lives.
The project cements AC as America's chosen power system.
The main reason why alternating current beat out direct current is simply that it was more efficient and much more economical.
Tesla's AC current has finally won the War of the Currents. leaving the great Thomas Edison embittered and possibly set on revenge.
Today, if you were to look at one of those satellite images that shows you how the world is lit up at night, 95% of the electricity that you see in that picture, all of those lights, is distributed by alternating current.
Without Tesla's invention of alternating current technology, it would be a much darker and quieter world.
With his success comes fame, making Tesla the toast of the New York social scene. In the press, he's depicted as a wizard with almost magical powers, an archetypal mad scientist, an image enhanced by his eccentric habits.
Tesla himself was a very strange individual.
Among his unusual traits, Tesla was celibate his entire life. He only slept 3 hours a night, believed in alien life, and had an unexplained aversion to pearls. But his most remarkable feature was his unstoppable brain, which over his lifetime would produce over 300 patents.
Tesla would describe the process of invention as basically he would build a model in his mind and then run simulations, almost the way engineers do with computers today.
But Tesla's weakness is business acumen. Although the Westinghouse AC motors sell millions, when Westinghouse runs into money trouble, Tesla relinquishes the royalties for his AC motor patent, a decision that would deny him of an estimated $300 million. But it's scientific discovery, not money, that drives Tesla. And as a new century dawns, he sets his mind to solving another of electricity's biggest challenges.
Tesla was obsessed. He wanted to distribute electrical power to all parts of the Earth.
It's an obsession that will take him one step closer to the superweapon that could be his deadly downfall. Near the end of the 19th century, the idea of a devastating superweapon, a device powerful enough to make war obsolete, first takes root in Nikola Tesla's brain. But before it can become reality, he must push his visionary mind past a new technological frontier.
After his winning of the War of the Currents, he was obsessed with getting rid of the wires used to distribute power.
It's an idea that Tesla brings to his New York workshop, and in 1891 takes form in his most spectacular invention, the Tesla coil. Using what's known as resonance, the coil amplifies low voltages into massive voltages.
It's like having a tuning fork on steroids, except voltage-wise. So you can get very, very big vibrations at very, very high frequencies.
By emitting high-frequency alternating current waves, the Tesla coil lights up bulbs without any wire connection. For Tesla, it's a literal light bulb moment. Could wireless power be sent this way around the globe?
He was obsessed. He wanted to distribute electrical power to all parts of the Earth.
And he thinks the perfect conductor could be found in nature.
What does nature give me that could possibly pass for a wire? And he had the air above his head. So he's going to use the atmosphere as a free conductor.
To keep his new project away from the prying eyes of his rival, Thomas Edison, Tesla leaves New York. In 1899, he builds a new lab in the prairie near Colorado Springs. For his dream of wireless power transmission to work, he needs to find a way to electrify the atmosphere.
What he was thinking was he could mount these Tesla coils on the top of high buildings and transmit energy by using these discharges, which are similar to lightning strikes, and therefore he could create a distribution system for electricity that didn't require poles and wires.
The Colorado locals watch in awe as Tesla summons his own lightning storms and rolling thunder.
He was a terrific showman, and so that brought this aura of being a wizard about him.
The larger the coil, the more energy Tesla is able to make. Just one major challenge remains. So far, he hasn't been able to produce sufficient power to travel more than 100 feet.
The difficulty with transmitting things wirelessly is most of it leaks away, and you get a very small amount of power at the receiver.
Tesla turns his idea on its head and wonders if the solution might be lying right beneath his feet.
He believed that you'd be able to pump electrical energy into the Earth at the resonant frequency of the Earth, set up standing waves, and that energy would be transmitted or distributed across the surface of the Earth. They would then travel through the Earth's crust to locations where people would basically put a wire or drive a pipe into the ground, and you would get your electricity or your messages from that pipe or that wire.
But before he can turn this vision into reality, Tesla's eclectic brain is distracted by a new challenge in the newly discovered field of radio waves.
He realized that radio could be used for communicating human to machine.
3 decades before the death ray, he comes up with a concept that will later change the face of warfare. A model boat controlled remotely.
How Tesla's system worked for remote control of the boat was, imagine 2 radio receivers, one tuned to channel A and one tuned to channel B. A signal appears in channel A, says, rudder, you do this, and signal on channel B says, rudder, you do that other thing. So you could see how you could extend this to control lots and lots of bits and pieces necessary to control a boat's motion.
Tesla's idea for a remote-controlled boat came from his interest in automatons and his interest in building what we now call robots, but he built that remote control boat 2 decades before the word robot was even coined.
The remote-controlled boat is Tesla's first step into the deadly field of military tech. And it won't be his last.
He was working on radio-controlled torpedoes, robot ships, all sorts of things.
He dreams up weapons, vehicles, even robotic soldiers that can be controlled from a distance. But his vision is too far ahead of its time to gain traction.
The U.S. Navy was not interested. The demonstrations were not convincing to them. People are always kind of hesitant about new technologies.
Tesla's concept of remote-controlled weapons only becomes military reality many decades after his death.
Conceptually, the idea of a boat or remote-controlled device that could be used in a defensive way without putting soldiers in harm's way comes from Tesla.
That, of course, is the grandfather of today's drone technology.
Ironically, Tesla's drive to create horrifying superweapons is his pacifism. An early supporter of the deterrent theory, he wants to create weapons so destructive that war becomes pointless.
The idea was so-called teleforce rays that could bring down airplanes from thousands of miles away.
He said that it would make war impossible.
Tesla's plan is to build something so powerful it can bring about peace through mutually assured destruction. He wants to create the death ray to save lives. As the 20th century dawns, in his Colorado Springs lab, Nikola Tesla is testing dangerous theories. He believes he can transmit wireless power around the world through the earth beneath his feet.
He thought that the Earth itself was like a giant condenser, that the Earth contained a great deal of natural energy.
Tesla was convinced that if he could tap the resonance energy of the Earth, that he would be able to create waves that would, in theory, never dissipate.
Using an ultra-sensitive electrical receiver, he makes a stunning discovery.
While Tesla was in Colorado Springs, he had basically hooked up a receiver to see what kind of currents were passing through the Earth. And one night he realized that he was not only getting currents through the Earth, but he was also getting a consistent signal. First 1 beep, then 2 beeps, and 3 beeps as he listened on a telephone receiver.
Surprisingly, Tesla claims the source must be extraterrestrial, possibly coming from Mars.
The public was fascinated by this account because it made the headlines in major newspapers around the world that somehow Tesla was in communication with outer space. The public loved it. Scientists attacked it roundly because they didn't believe such a thing was possible. Actually, the scientists were incorrect, but no one knew that at the time.
Again, Tesla is simply light years ahead of his time. A century later, his belief is partially vindicated.
Scientists 100 years later figured out that what Tesla was actually listening to was not necessarily a message from Mars, but indeed a radio signal that was coming from one of the moons of Jupiter. So there was a real astronomical phenomenon that Tesla was the first to measure.
Yet, Tesla believes his greatest achievements are still to come.
He wanted to prove that it would be possible to transmit power and messages all over the world using his ideas about oscillating currents that could be pumped into the Earth.
To make the dream happen, he'll need a much bigger testing facility. And to finance it, he'll need a big investor. Tesla returns to New York and knocks on the door of the man known as America's greatest banker, J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan invested in Tesla because he saw the opportunity to come up with a new form of wireless technology.
Having secured funding, Tesla buys 200 acres near Shoreham, Long Island. In September 1901, his dream appears to be coming true as a massive tower goes up. Its name, Wardenclyffe.
J.P. Morgan looked at Tesla as possibly providing a way to control worldwide communications. And so Wardenclyffe was the site of what was to be a worldwide transmitting device for broadcasting news, all the things that we associate with radio. That's what Tesla had promised J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan believes he's buying into a giant radio station. But unknown to his financial backer, Tesla has a more ambitious agenda.
Tesla sort of is guilty of slightly misleading J.P. Morgan. Tesla's real goal was worldwide power transmission. And he just used the canard of, well, I'm going to work on communication as a way of securing funding.
While Tesla races to crack the code of wireless transmission, he's about to be dramatically upstaged by Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi, who in December 1901 sends the first radio transmission across the Atlantic. It's a blow Tesla will never recover from. And Marconi, too, will become a bitter enemy.
Tesla contributed to the development of radio by coming up with practical circuits and with the idea of tuning.
Despite his other interests, Tesla had 17 prior patents related to radio. And as enraged, Marconi gets the credit for his invention.
I wouldn't say that Marconi necessarily stole them as much as he took advantage of what was already out there in the literature.
Worse still, Tesla's financial backer, J.P. Morgan, is furious.
J.P. Morgan said basically, I'm not going to keep funding this. Marconi's already beat you, and you haven't produced anything yet.
After his financial relationship with J.P. Morgan sours, some believe Tesla used Wardenclyffe to undertake early tests for his death ray, with devastating consequences.
This was an event of such magnitude that something blasted an entire region.
In 1908, in Tunguska, Siberia, a massive and mysterious explosion knocks down trees over 770 square miles. Some suggest a comet crash, but there's no crater. Others point the finger of blame at Nikola Tesla.
According to theorists, the Tunguska event was the result of Tesla firing off a huge bolt of energy that was supposed to go to the North Pole, but which instead wound up in Siberia.
It's a theory modern scientists are quick to dismiss.
It's definitely not possible for Wardenclyffe Tower to have created enough energy to cause the devastation of the magnitude that we saw in Tunguska.
With the money gone, Tesla can't continue his research at Wardenclyffe. His dream of achieving wireless power is in tatters. In 1917, rumors emerge Wardenclyffe is being covertly used by German spies, and it's demolished. The once lauded scientist fades from the public eye. For decades, he lives as a recluse in hotel rooms, raising pigeons.
Tesla did kind of take a beating in his career. He wasn't as prolific in his inventions. It seemed to adversely affect his emotional health.
Despite all his visionary ideas, Tesla is broke and nearly forgotten. But as another world war appears on the horizon, Tesla makes a sensational announcement of a mega weapon that could revive his career.
Tesla was a visionary. He was imagining a sufficiently superior technology that it was basically going to negate the existence of existing military technologies.
Tesla believes his death ray invention will change the course of history. But it could come at a price: his own life. By the 1930s, a series of setbacks has turned visionary scientist Nikola Tesla into a virtual recluse. Disputes with Thomas Edison, J.P. Morgan, and Guglielmo Marconi have left him bitter and nearly destitute. But now, with war on the horizon, a public announcement throws him back in the spotlight. In newspapers across America, Tesla claims he has invented an energy weapon of awesome power.
In 1934, Tesla claimed that his death beam would be able to destroy attacking enemy aircraft and wipe out an army of 1 million men.
Tesla himself was intentionally ambiguous in describing his invention. He didn't want to describe it in too much detail for fear that someone else would then basically steal his invention.
The details he does provide, and the only drawing of it ever uncovered, suggest that the weapon was a type of particle beam.
So you can think of the basic particle beam weapon as essentially equivalent to a rifle, but instead of lead bullets, you have small ions, but you accelerate them to very high energies.
Those particles could be traveling at about 36,000 miles per hour, many times faster than a speeding bullet, generating enough heat to just go right through a plane and knock it out of the sky.
The particle beams could be arranged to form a defensive shield.
You'd have a whole series of towers, and the projecting beams would either kill the pilot or disable the engines.
That was his vision, again, to make war impractical to wage.
While some scientists claim the invention is impossible, Tesla's adamant it will work and offers an early design for it to the highest bidder.
Tesla certainly wasn't shy about it. He talked about it in interviews. He announced it in the papers as a way of generating publicity and interest because he wanted funding for his idea.
Tesla's sale of preliminary death ray plans to the Soviets in 1935 is well documented. But it's believed these were early designs and did not include enough detail to make a working death ray. But new evidence shows at the same time, Tesla had close contact with a Nazi agent. German-American writer George Viereck would later be convicted of being on Hitler's payroll.
George Sylvester Viereck was a very devoted German first, and then later, as World War II began to develop, he was a devoted Nazi agent as well. We know that Tesla and Viereck discussed Tesla's weapons systems and everything Tesla was working on. Viereck was working for the Nazis all during that period. Did that information go to the Third Reich?
With the possibility that the Soviets and the Nazis have prototype death ray plans, Tesla doesn't speak of it again until the middle of World War II, when he offers it to the US military. But within days of making contact, he's found dead in the Hotel New Yorker. Ever since, there have been rumors that his death was a result of foul play. To those who believe he was murdered, there are three main suspects. The Soviets, who might have killed Tesla to stop him selling the plans to a rival power, or to get their hands on more complete plans. The Nazis, who had been tipped off about the death ray through Tesla's friend George Viereck. Or the United States, which may have eliminated Tesla because he sold dangerous weapon plans to their enemies.
Any papers that even had research related to the death ray at this point in history would be extremely valuable to any superpower around the world.
According to some, valuable enough to kill for. Key to the Soviet theory is Tesla's own nephew, suspected communist Sava Kasanovich, who raids Tesla's hotel safe, providing another possible route for complete death ray plans to get to America's enemies.
If the details for a particle beam weapon are taken control of and held by Kasanovich, then Kasanovich could turn around and give the papers to the Soviets. He could give the papers to the Nazis. He could give the papers to some other group in Europe that was going to emerge as a major power at the end of World War II.
But there's another theory about the safe-cracking raid that points back to America. It revolves around a mysterious hotel worker called Fitzgerald, who was also on the scene. The worker has the same name as one of Tesla's associates, Blois Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald was a scientist. He was a friend of Tesla's. He had a position in the military. He was only a private. There was also a Fitzgerald present when the safe was opened, who was supposed to be hotel staff. It's quite possible that this Fitzgerald is the same as the other Fitzgerald. They're one and the same person.
Could Fitzgerald have stolen Tesla's death ray plans for the American military?
Later, he became involved in developing particle beam weapons research, as well as some of the other weapon systems that Tesla had devised.
When the FBI and Office of Alien Property arrive to confiscate Tesla's documents, they may be too late.
Hoover's instructions at the time of Tesla's death would have been to go and to get all of the research that he was currently engaged in to figure out what was actually in those documents.
So what happened to the 200,000 Tesla documents U.S. agents seized?
They send in John G. Trump, a physicist from MIT, and a team of people from Naval Intelligence.
Professor John Trump spends 2 days examining 80 boxes of papers. But it seems the working plans for the death ray, if they ever existed, are gone.
It seems that Mr. Trump's investigation was very short. He said, my conviction is that there is nothing serious inside.
Navy personnel secretly document Tesla's papers on microfilm, but mysteriously, it later goes missing.
If you look at the records that were released under the Freedom of Information Act in the 1980s, the FBI says, yes, the Navy had a set of secret papers that were microfilmed, and that microfilm has never, ever surfaced. And nobody knows whatever became of that microfilm.
I believe the papers that are still missing may contain the key to how that death ray could have been built and employed.
If Nikola Tesla was killed for his secret superweapon plans, finding the culprit could be as simple as finding out who has successfully created a death ray. And in 1945, the Allies find an alarming clue in Nazi Germany.
Some of Germany's top scientists were working on a Sonnengewehr, or sun gun. The idea was to direct this like a giant magnifying glass at targets on Earth.
Near the end of World War II, rumors leaked to the Allies that Nazi Germany has weaponized a beam of deadly energy. Could this be the smoking gun that proves the Nazis stole Nikola Tesla's death ray plans and killed him for them?
We found out shortly after the American forces captured a base at Hillersleben in Germany. Some of Germany's top scientists were working on a Sonnengewehr, or sun gun.
The Nazis' secret plans for the sun gun plot out a mile-wide concave reflective surface mounted in space. Like a real-life Death Star, it would focus solar rays onto enemy cities and destroy them.
The scientist interviewed by the Americans said this was a project that had been authorized by Hitler.
While it appears ambitious and destructive, the proposed Nazi weapon bears little resemblance to Tesla's death ray. What about the Soviets? They secretly bought Tesla's early concepts for the death ray in 1935 and may have wanted Tesla dead to prevent him from sharing the designs with their rivals, or so they could steal more complete plans. For decades, American intelligence suspects the Soviet Union are making a death ray, and at the height of the Cold War, they think they find proof.
In the mid-1970s, the U.S. government became concerned that the Soviets were developing a particle beam weapon at a remote location in Kazakhstan.
Overhead surveillance satellites spotted a weird configuration of equipment in Kazakhstan. They were concerned that this bizarre-looking contraption was actually a version of Tesla's death ray machine.
Around the same time, in 1976, a confidential U.S. intelligence report records a blinding beam of light seen by pilots of British European Flight 831 while it passed over Western Soviet Union. A beam Soviet authorities refused to explain. 2 years later, there's a strange and terrifying incident over North America. A sudden eruption of freak lightning bolts over 100 times stronger than conventional lightning. They're dubbed superbolts.
In the 1970s, there was a superbolt that took place over Bell Island in Newfoundland, Canada. It was so devastating that people thought it had to be a super weapon of some kind. They put things together, and very high-up individuals in the government believed that the superbolts over Bell Island in Newfoundland, as well as that facility in Kazakhstan, was all evidence of the fact that the Soviets were going full tilt on developing Tesla's particle beam weapon.
But it turns out the strange facility in Kazakhstan is actually a test site for a nuclear thermal spacecraft, not a particle beam weapon. That doesn't mean the Soviets never tried to build the death ray. It just means that no one has been able to prove it.
Since Tesla's death, there has been a lot of speculation that Tesla's discoveries are being used or concealed by governments around the world today.
Those governments include the United States. Documents prove the U.S. military has been involved in secret particle beam research for decades. Research that could have been triggered by papers stolen from Tesla's hotel room in 1943.
The Americans worked on particle beam weapons in order to shoot down nuclear missiles beginning in the 1970s into the 1980s. And it ultimately became the genesis of the idea for what Ronald Reagan called the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars.
Today, there's a great deal of work on directed energy weapons, and it involves billions and billions of dollars. It involves lasers, particle beam weapons, a variety of different types of directed energy technology.
America, Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, all had a motive to obtain plans for the death ray, and even perhaps to kill Nikola Tesla for them. Questions still remain over the actions of his own nephew. But proof of foul play in Tesla's death remains elusive. And the great irony is, as world powers fought over his superweapon, all the great inventor wanted was to create peace.
What Tesla was trying to do was make war obsolete. He was a mad scientist, but at the same time someone who was very concerned about the future of the human race and wanted his inventions used only to promote peace around the world.